Test 1, 2. We should have audio now. I don't know why we didn't originally. Do not know why we didn't have it originally. Okay. Yo, what's up, Finks? What up, man? All right, perfect. I think we're good to go. I think we're live now, everybody. Welcome. All right. You know, to be honest, I was thinking maybe we could start doing somewhat of a maybe annual Saturday stream. I don't know if it's going to be a consistent thing because my life is nothing but inconsistent. So, I mean, gosh, man, we'll just make stuff happen. All right. I'm gonna get the keyboard out the way. We'll set it up here. We have a couple jobs and a couple jobs that are coming in, so we're gonna have a little bit of fun today. It's gonna be good. We're gonna be chilling, big chilling too. All right. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I noticed I was muted there for a minute there, but I think I should have everything up. Everything should be good to go. What is that? Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so right now, right offhand, I have a board here. And you know what? Would you guys want me to swap if you want? So I'm gonna have to like reorganize everything here. What I can do is because I gotta kind of like set my computer up in a way where I can monitor the front with my camera system, so I can see if customers come in, right? And then I need to monitor my actual video and audio and all that on OBS. But I'm thinking, if I remove my microscope head and go grab the one that's my dad's out there, then you guys can actually watch me do some micro soldering. It'd be kind of fun, huh? Let's get rid of this for now, this beast, and we'll go grab the microscope. How's that sound, guys? Sound good? Well, to be honest, we also need to adjust the microscope stand, so I'm going to do that real quick. All right, let me figure this out here. I know we have to lift this up quite a ways because the tolerances of the microscope is different. All right, I will be right back. Let me go grab that scope. Dude, I want one of these scopes so bad. I really want one. I need to call up Northridge Fix and be like, yo, dude, you want to sponsor one of these microscopes? Obviously joking, but that'd be funny. Alright, now I need a HDMI cable for plugging in. Wait, here we go. Alright, I got one. Beautiful. Alright, awesome. Alright, HDMI port done. Or HDMI cord, excuse me. Alright, fams. We got the microscope. Now we just need, well, you know, we might not need this. The ring of light, really, usually we don't need it for this camera. All right. Okay. Now we're starting to get in the swing of things here. Perfect. So now I just have to move my shop camera. Move that. What's up, Robert? What's up, Mang? Alright. I think that's good. Alright, now I can switch over. Let's switch over the signal to the microscope. Okay. So now you guys can see that, which is really nice. But now I need to see it on my other monitor because I am a blind man if I don't have the view that I need. You see the audio's a bit low? Alright. How about now? Is that any better? Here, let's move that over just a tad bit. I think you guys can already tell what I'm going to be doing here. Ooh, this does not look great. I'm concerned here, boys. I am concerned that this is not going to be a straightforward, easy job. Maybe it is. Who knows? Alright, I'm going to grab the soldering iron. Oh, I do have a customer. I'll be right with you. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, I am back. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, so, holy crap, dude, I was just looking. Dude, look at this. Look at this capacitor, man. It's like all chewed up on one side. Oh, man, I just noticed that. I was like, what is going on here? All right, yeah, so I'm gonna at least test this. If it tests fine, I'm gonna leave it, man, because, like, I don't want to have to replace it if I don't have to. Let's just check it and see if it's shorted. If it's shorted, well, then we're going to take it off. But if it's not, then we should be fine. All right, let's check it. We got the multimeter in beep mode. Ooh, I am measuring a dead short here. That's pretty bad. Okay, guys, we're going to have to remove that cap because I have a feeling that that cap is shorted. Wonder if this one of these lines. So okay, so this is actually some sort of remote control, like radio receiver thing, and I think it's for a RC helicopter. So the customer brought in the chips to replace, and it's a BQ charging chip. He plugged in a battery that the positive and negative were reversed. And so we gotta basically just replace this chip. He already bought the chip, so it's gonna make my job super easy. And then we're gonna have to take, because realistically we're gonna have to take this cap off because it is shorted, more than likely. Obviously I don't know, but just judging by the amount of damage to the side of that cap, my guess is that it's blown. Wouldn't be a bad idea to test all the caps in the area, though, to see if anything else is blown. But yeah, it looks like nothing else is. So it looks like just this one. Obviously this one's going to test shorted, but the short is probably happening here, and since these are on the same plane, it's probably going to be an issue. So yeah, let's get rid of this capacitor and see what happens. Alright, boys, I got to turn on the fume extractor. Extract those fumes, you know what I mean? Alright, another thing, we have a plastic. Now, just so you guys know, I did not remove this chip, so if it was me working on this, I probably would not have scratched this cap. And I don't know if it was scratched or maybe when the leads shorted, it just blew this cap out. So it probably, it either blew it, or when the guy was removing the chip, he ended up scratching this. I don't know. Regardless, no worries. But the connector, when removing that chip, he did melt it just a little bit. So I am going to put some capped on tape around this area so we can try to save it from melting even more. I do actually need to order some more capped on tape because I am running out. I'm running very low. Dude, I wish I owned this microscope, man. This thing is so nice. Be this small. Right. That's funny, dude. Alright, let's get some tape in the area here. My capped on tape, I don't know about your guys's, but mine, I don't know if it's just super cheap, but this stuff, like, every time you apply heat, just like, it doesn't stick anymore at all, and it just comes up. So I try to, like, reinforce it best I can. I just don't want the plastic connector to, it's just super close to the area. Alright. Alright, it's pretty secure, but we have to leave room for the actual rework area, so whatever. I think that'll work. Now we can grab some off-branded flux. Oh, yeah. What's up, Taptic? Yeah, dude, honestly, I do remember those. The shields, man. Oh, yeah, 100%, dude. I probably have one, actually. I probably have a ton of them laying around. But I don't know where they are. Actually, I probably do, but we're so far into this now that I'm like, it is what it is, man. So I'm going to use, like, 90 on the airspeed and probably, like, 350 for the temp Celsius. I think that's appropriate for this board. It's pretty thin. So Like, it's a considerably thinner board, excuse me. We want to get rid of this capacitor. You know what? Just to make myself a little bit more sane, I'm going to add some leaded solder to the edge of this capacitor and try to, like, lower the melting temp to try to take it off easier. I know, isn't that satisfying? And then we're just guessing that this cap is bad because it's like all scratched on the side. Come on, baby. There you go. Right up and out of there. Alright. Now let's check with our multimeter and see if the short is still there. Nope, this short is gone. Alright, great. So that cap, which is right here, this cap is bad. I don't know if you can hear the multimeter, but it's pretty bad. This cap is no bueno, boys. No bueno. So let's go ahead and go back to the motherboard here. We're gonna add some solder all the way around, and yeah, nice looking. Yeah, so what's funny is my soldering iron is in Fahrenheit because I prefer it that way. I've grown to know, and then my quick station is in Celsius, and I know Celsius temps with hot air way more than I do in Fahrenheit, so I just stick with the Celsius. All right, boys. Flux the area. Well, that went a lot simpler than I thought it was going to be. Alright, let's clean up the area and just take a look and see what we got going on. Because with all this extra flux, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Dude, this microscope looks so freaking good, man. Alright. Okay. Alright, yeah, everything looks fine. Except for this right here. I don't know if that's connected. Oh, it is. But that, when we flow the solder, it's going to disconnect anyways. Yeah, so he actually removed the chip before me. I would have removed it with no scratching or gouging in this area, and I don't know about this cap, you know, because, well, I wasn't sure if the cap was blown or what happened. Not sure. Let's add flux here, and I'm gonna grab the chips now. They're in a baggie. Thankfully he bought 2 of them, and it is a BQ chip. Like I mentioned, he had plugged in a battery that had the polarity that was different, like plus was negative and negative was plus, you know? And so it ended up blowing the chip. So anyways, we have to put a new chip in place. Alright, and the chip in orientation does go this way. It shows the dot here. He showed me a picture of before the chip removal, so right. So the dot does match up here, which is good. Yeah, man. It was 100% shorted. Alright, let's bring in the hot air. We'll kind of grab the chip to let it to make it sure that it is not going to flow away. There we go. Give it a little jiggle. If it's hot enough, it will jiggle, but there it is. Okay, we're good, guys. Now, there is one tool that I want to get that I have not gotten yet, and that is the Hakko micro pencil. Dude, I would love to have one. I use one at my other job, like, consistently, and I would do this job right now with a micro pencil if I had one. I just don't have one. But we have the next best thing, which is a conical angled soldering iron tip, which is a little bit bulky, but does the job. You know, it does the job, but the micro pencil would do it way, way, way better. Just flow some flux all around. So I want to touch up all of these beautiful. Okay. Yeah, let's add some more solder here. All right. What do you guys think of the solder joints? They look decent, somewhat. Oh, maybe on this side by the cap it could probably be touched up. Why, thank you, Robert. Appreciate you, good sir. All the way from, I believe, Sweden. Is that right, sir? All right. Perfection, boys. Perfection. All right, so, yeah, this is looking pretty healthy here. The only thing is maybe... Oh, I mean, like, alright, so, like, yeah, I could say... Oh, yeah, I mean, they're not the prettiest joints, but whatever. I'm not gonna cry over that. They're soldered. They look good. Alright, and... Oh, my bad. Yeah, those look good. These on the other side. Let's see if I can get a better view here. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, so the one side looks like it's bridge. It's not. It's, Hang on. Yeah, it'll do. It's just a large ground plane, but yeah, I think it'll be fine. So yeah, on this side, it's, why can't I get this to focus? You have, two planes. Sorry. You have a plane here, like you know, and then you have a plane here. So if they connect here, it doesn't matter. Because they're on this single, like, it's like this is ground, this is, you know, B plus or whatever. So ground B plus, that sort of thing. Yup. Heck yeah, man. Alright, hang on one second, boys. I don't know if I have a replacement cap for this, but I might. I gotta see what value this is. Let's see, what do I got here? No, that's too big. Let's see what size this is. I could probably use this cap. Yeah, no, I know I don't, but it's always nice to put a cap in if I, you know, to smooth out the circuit. I do have a cap here. It's a 4700 picofarad cap. I don't know if that'll work for the circuit though. It's roughly the same, like same size, but I don't know if it'll work for the circuit. It looks like that. 47 picofarad. I don't know what size that cap is. I do have a what do you call it? I do have a capacitor tester, but I think it'll work for the circuit more than likely. Let me see though. All right, let me see. So I think I don't think this cap is really gonna make a difference in the circuit, but we'll just put it in anyways as like a filler. It's better to have an extra cap than to not have anything. So it's just to help smooth the circuit, I guess. Yeah, to be honest, with my dad's capacitor tester, I don't have leads small enough to test, so I'm not sure. Maybe I'll get some leads or something that are small enough for testing those tiny caps. Alright, come on, baby. Oh. Put the cap into place. And reflow, boys. Oh, here we go. She's starting to flow. What about the other side? Come on, baby. Come on, Bessie. You got this. There you go. Alright, we're good. Alright, so now we're good. We got the new chip on. We got the new cap in. Like, look at us, man. We're freaking rocking and rolling today. It's barely 1 o'clock, boys. And we already done soldered in a new cap, found a dead short, and replaced the chip. All within, like, maybe 20 minutes. Actually, I don't know if it was that long, but whatever. Alright. Now, comes from my favorite part of this. We can grab a nice brush and some isopropyl alcohol. We can friggin' just like clean up this area, man. I mean, it's just gonna look super duper fresh. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I was just looking at my multimeter. I do not have the UF function, man. I wish I did. I wish I did. We do have a cap tester here. All right. Let's see, where's my... turn off the fume extractor. We don't need that anymore. My dad does have a fluke meter, though. Maybe that one does have a cap testing function on it. I don't know. We have, like, several different, like, types of meters here, man. Lots of different, like different kinds for testing different stuff. All right. How's that look, boys? We got the BQ chip installed. Looks pretty fresh. New cap. We could test for a short circuit. Make sure that it's not shorted anymore, even though we already did, but we put a new cap. So let's check anyways. Cool. Our circuit is not short. Yep, that's not short. The big caps, they're not shorted anymore. Alright, we're good. That's it. Perfect. Welcome back. Alright, so we got that done. I'm going to shut off the soldering iron for now. Move the microscope out the way. Alright, boys. So we done did a motherboard repair. I know my customer is waiting for me, so I'm going to give him a call so he can come pick up, and then he should be good and on his way back home. So let me I gotta grab the ticket. Yep. What the heck? Did I unplug my... bruh. I don't know if I did that or not. Hang on. My base. Okay. That's right, yeah. My shop phones aren't showing a date and time. Let me try calling them real quick. Okay, hang on. Let me try calling my shop phone real quick. Okay, we're good. I was worried that I wasn't getting a call. Okay. Alright, we're good. Yeah, it wasn't showing a time or date, and I was like, bro. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right with you. Hey guys, today's gonna be a fun day. We have a PS5 that got hit by lightning, so that's gonna be really fun. Alright, so jobs in order of their arrival. At least for today. We've got this board, which we just finished. We have a Series X HDMI job that we're gonna do. And then we have the PS5 that was struck by lightning. So that's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a fun day. Okay. All right. Okay. I got to call this customer. Let him know his board is ready. And then we should be good to go. So give me just a moment. All right, boys. So that is all set. We're good to go on that job. As soon as my customer comes in, check him out. We'll get started on the Series X, and then we'll have a good time. Yeah. So like, I mean, when it comes to like jobs here at the shop, we always have a mixture of things. Like, I mean, because like we're labeled mainly as like a motherboard repair shop, so you know, a lot of the time, it's like we'll fix. Like we'll fix like random stuff like this. I I want to do my best to not botch her name. Ellen. Hi, Ellen. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I'm terrible sometimes with names, and so I'm like, oh, dude, I don't want to botch something, man. Like, I don't want to botch somebody's name, dude. But yeah, so we're good. Pretty much just this board's ready to go. Um, yeah, pretty much. Oh, hang on. Alright, boys, I'm back. Sorry about the long waitedness. I have to take care of the customers and make sure everything is good to go. And I gotta find my drill here. Yeah, so we're good to work on the Series X now. Alright, here's the new HDMI port. They actually gave me one, so that's nice. Alright. Usually. So on Saturdays, when I am here by myself, I'm the one that takes care of the customers, the teardowns, and the board repairs. But when it's me and my brother here, he takes care of most of, like, taking care of, basically he does all the customer stuff, and he takes care of the teardowns and stuff. So that's typically how he does it. All right. First screw out. Alright, I'm going to change the title of this. Hang on, boys. Oh, the keyboard's up here. Alright. Okay, we're good. Now, let's move the microphone just out the way slightly so y'all can see my face, and so that we can proceed with the repair. Alright, I'm going to use this magnetic thing to hold my screws. Alright. Get rid of the screws, boys. We're going to open this thing up and we're going to fix it once and for all. That's awesome. Alright. There we go. Now I gotta take off the bottom here. Spin it. There it is. Alright. That's done, that's done. Oh, I got a phone call coming in. Or I did. Oh, okay. Usual spam, boys. Usual spam. Yeah, dude. Alright, I'm gonna take out these bottom screws first. Perfect, perfect. Done and done. Yeah, they basically, if you ever hear the meme that says, like, they call you about your car's extended warranty or something like that, that's typically. Alright, done. this guy. Okay. All right. Now I just have to get this disconnected. I don't think there would be any Swedish insurance companies that would take my U.S. car to be insured. I don't think that would be probable for me, unfortunately. But it does sound like a good idea initially. When you're like when the cops come to see, God forbid you get pulled over, and the cops like license and registration, proof of insurance, and you just hand them Swedish insurance. That'd be funny. And he's just like, what is this all in Swedish? What is this? Alright. Gotta take off the giant bungee cord that's on this Xbox. The Series X. Dude, I'm thinking about the PS5. I gotta prematurely think about the PS5 because man, if it's lightning strike, what do you guys think killed it? I don't know. He says it beeps on, beeps off. So I don't know what could be the issue, to be honest, right offhand. I'm really curious about it though. Really curious about what it does. This is it is a CFI 1115. So this is like the middle model between. It's the original model, but it's between the 1001 and the 1215 or something like that. Let's see exactly what this does, though. Curious. All right. Ethernet, HDMI get damaged from lightning. Yeah, or power supply. That's typically what I see too. All right, let's see what this does. All it does is beep. No lights. So we might actually have some more luck with this one than anything. See, if this one beeped, showed blue light and shut off, we might not be able to fix it. Maybe. But because it has no lights, it might be fixable. All right. Robert, you ever work on an Xbox Series X before? Wherefore art thou, screwhead? There we go. Yeah, I mean, maybe a short in the PSU, but since it's getting the beep, we know that 12 volts is likely working. You know what I mean? Yes. Yes, this is. Yes, this is. That's what's up. Yes, yes, he did. Hey, we're gonna try. Right now we're working on a Series X, and this is currently got an HDMI problem. Oh yeah, no, for real. Hopefully we can save it. We'll try. When it comes to lightning, lightning spreads like wildfire and it blows up lots of stuff. Sometimes it only blows up some things. But we'll have to kind of diagnose it and see exactly what's going on. But we're all excited to take a look at it and see what's going on. All right. So it's a switching PSU. It's automatic power off short on 12-volt line. Yeah. I'm like 99% sure you're correct. I'm just trying to think through that, but yeah. Well, yeah, because like the Xbox should have some, or the PlayStation should have its own, you know, protection in the power supply. It's not going to just continue to send 12 volts at like, you know, 20 or 30 amps and just sit there and short itself out, you know, which would make sense. That it would have its own protection. All right, we're almost down to the main board, guys. Ooh, this is one of the newer consoles. This is nice. I like this. It's got one of the easier daughter board connectors or second board connectors. Usually this will come out easier, and it did. Cool. I'm talking about this this Xbox because it's the one that doesn't have the shield around the plate here. So this is gonna be fun. All right, now we gotta take off the 4 screws because I gotta get to the underside of this HDMI port. It's protection so the house doesn't burn down. Yeah. Facts, dude. Facts. Dude, and to think that I used to fix consoles and do this by hand without an electric screwdriver. Shame on me. Shame on me. And for some reason, back when I was younger, when I first started working on consoles, I used to, like, I had this mentality that the entire console had to be put back together for it to turn on. I had this mentality that I don't know what the heck it was all about, but that was the thing. Okay, what am I? Oh, my things are shorted. Measure. Yeah. I'll check. We'll see because, like, let me see. The USB ports are not broken on the front or back, so that's nice because sometimes when you have a no power situation, it can be because like the USB port shorted and that shorted the 5-volt line and then ended up causing a beep on, beep off. So we'll see. I don't know if power went to the APU, the South Bridge, the SSD controller, or what. I don't know, man. I don't know if the PS5 does its boot sequence. We'll see. Yeah, dude. So the PS5, the main plate that holds the motherboard in, it's 42 screws, dude. 40 freaking 2 screws. All right, let's go to the microscope and let's fix this. All right. So the way that I like to do these is I like to put some flux. So, okay, so just prerequisite, which if you guys have already seen, I'm sure you guys have seen this repair like a bazillion times. Dude, unscrewing by hand, man. You guys are better men than me. But then again, like, dude, I literally do this every single day, and so it gets old really, really fast, and I have to be fast. Because, like, a lot of these shops, like the shop that I work at and this one, we're like the fast food of electronic repair, man. We're good, we're accurate, but like we gotta go fast because, man, we got a lot of customers. We gotta take care of everybody, you know. All right, fume extractors close by. we gotta have our yeah, we gotta have some flux around the HDMI port. Now, as far as these go, they do have the HDMI booster chip right down here, and if you're not careful when you're removing this port, you can float that chip and cause no video and short it out and all sorts of stuff, and it's all bad. So you have to be very careful. Alright, and this board is like a giant heat sink, so we gotta use a frick ton of air and a frick ton of heat. Alright. What's up, DX Gameplay? What up? Alright. Now I'm just going to kind of go back and forth. I like to spend most of my time on this side of the port rather than this side because the chip hangs out over in this area. But I like, you know, you have to heat up this side of the port, otherwise it won't come out. Pretty much just going to kind of hang out and get that heat underneath the port. Yeah. I don't know if I can. Nope. Can't raise it up anymore. And of course, like, I put flux all the way around the port as is, so the port should just come out. Ooh, so it could have an issue with Ethernet then. That's good to know. Yeah, because that could definitely be a result. Maybe we can solve. We'll see. We're getting there, boys. Okay, yeah, you see how it's kind of wiggling? We need to get the full wiggle. Almost there. Almost there. Come on, baby. That's it. That's it right there. Now. Perfect removal. Perfect. Now we can use a blade to get rid of, while it's hot, get rid of this plastic goop. Bingo. What's his name-o? We're done. Now, we're going to do the impossible, everyone. We are going to... No, I'm just kidding. It's not impossible. I am going to put some flux around here. And we're going to put some new solder all around the HDMI port. And I also need to turn on the soldering iron because it is off right now. I do not have a standby mode for the soldering iron. All right. Basically what I'm doing is I'm adding some leaded solder to these holes here so that when we go ahead and plop the new port in, we don't have to use nearly as much heat, and it will be just easy peasy lemon squeezy with no issue, and everybody will be happy and it'll work out perfectly. Now I don't always do this, but a lot of times I like to clean up the area of all the old residual flux, because it's going to help the solder flow better if we have brand new flux there. Alright. Perfecto. Now we're going to put that flux down. And if you don't know, flux is a paste that helps solder to not oxidize when it's exposed to oxygen. Let me see if I can raise this up. Yeah, there we go. Now you guys can see more. Alright, and the customer gave me an HDMI port, so we do not have to use one of ours, which is very, very generous and very nice. All right, perfect. Now we got to bring in the heat and the fume extraction. We're probably roughly about 1 centimeter away from the board. Okay, as far as the heat goes. Basically, when these like bulbs of solder drop into the board, that's when we know it's go time. So like, you'll see when it happens. I think one side already dropped. I can't tell. There it is. In the back top corner. There it is. Alright, now we're ready. Now, you can go ahead and push down, make sure that this is flat. Let me double check here, hang on. Oh, almost lost support there, hang on. There we go. Perfecto. We're done. Now, the port is sitting in, but all 19 pins on the back that touch the board for the actual data signals for the HDMI port, they probably are not making a full connection, so we're going to go back and touch all of those up. And I'm going to double check. The port itself is sitting flush on the board. It does look good. Yeah, so it looked like the solder, the soldering of the anchors actually did a really good job. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and touch that up now. I got to find this guy. All right. Now let's bring that down. Okay. Beautiful. Now we can see all 19 pins. I'll add some flux here. Add just a tad bit of solder. I probably added way more than I needed to. And as you can see, haha, what up, Dad? My man. Alright, so we gotta, this is the one thing I wish I had right now, is my ring lights, because it's kind of tough to see. Yeah, now you guys can see. I'll put the ring light on. Alright, give me a moment, boys. Hang on. Okay, now you can see. Alright. Alright, so we need to take the solder and we're gonna just drag it over. Oh, my bad. Yeah, just a little bit more solder here. Oh, I got a blob there. Let's see. Maybe I can clear off my iron. We can get rid of the blob. Almost. Let's see. Can we get rid of the blob? Yeah, baby. Let's go. All right. So we should be good to go now. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. We'll clean up. Perfect. All right. Let's grab a brush, wherever that is. There we go. All right. Perfect. Now we can do the little pin test. Make sure every pin is soldered perfectly and isn't going to move. The little nudge test. All right, and I always like to look in the back end of the actual pins here, and I don't see any bridging, so we should be good. Remember, I am a perfectionist, boys. I try to not be as perfectionist because it can be in some regard toxic, but try to be as good as I can with the job. Make sure it's as good as it can be. All right, now to move on to our next favorite thing. I like to touch up these bottom anchor posts because I like them to look as good and as clean as possible, and those don't. By the way, that's our chip, and as you can see, we didn't float it, so it's good. Yeah, all right, so we're good with that. Old port can go in the garbage. Swap out our soldering iron tip for one that's going to suit us better for this job. Alright, a little bit of flux here and here, and here and here. Alright. Beautiful. Perfect. We're good. They look shiny. You can literally see myself waving. That's when you know it's a good solder joint. When you can literally see a mirror reflection of yourself. Ha ha ha, better than factory, man. Let's go. All right, we're done. Now, yeah, I mean, as far as things go, our port's looking super fresh, and pretty much we just have to reassemble it, and we're good to go. All right. All right, let's switch over the camera. I might need to make a quick call to the customer though, real quick, because I did notice that the thermal paste is looking a little crusty. We can swap and get that some new thermal paste on, and there's some dust in the console too, so we can get rid of that as well. But let me give them a quick call. Give me just a moment, guys. All right, we just need a couple minutes to know if we're gonna do the full clean out on this console, and then we can move forward. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is my dad's microscope. I want one. I want this microscope, man. It's so nice. Like mine, I love mine, don't get me wrong. Mine, I have some history with mine, you know? Like it's my first microscope. Well, it's actually my second, sorry. Second microscope. And I mean, there's obviously some history with it, so fixed a lot of consoles, man. I mean, probably several hundred to maybe 1,000 or more. I don't know. I fixed a lot, but I mean, we're talking over a period of like several years, you know. Yeah, I think I got the microscope back. I wish, dude. This is his main microscope, and His whole setup costs like right around 1,000, so I don't think he's gonna give it to me for Christmas. uh, I gotta work for mine. I gotta do some extra consoles. Oh, let's see. Oh no, I'm trying to get the camera to focus, but oh, there it is. It focused. I noticed that like the focus was off, and so I was like, I gotta fix it. Yeah, dude, I wish I could get this for Christmas, but I doubt that that'll happen. Um, yeah, so this PS5 is gonna be an interesting one. I'm curious to see exactly what's going on. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this microscope, it's got the Sony sensor in it, the IMX, I think. Yeah, you also doubt you'll give it to me for Christmas. No, dude, Dad, you don't have to worry about that anyways. Uh, I gotta feel accomplished enough that if I can fix this stuff, that I'll have the money to buy one of my very own one day. One day we'll buy one. All right. Yeah, right now we're. Oh, okay, we're getting a call. Hang on. All right, boys. Dad, you're the best. You're the best. We're gonna go ahead and do the ultimate package to this guy. We got the go ahead from the customer. So yeah, let's go ahead and clean off this old thermal paste, and we will go ahead and replace it, clean out all the dust, and we should be good to go. All right. All right. Done. Okay, we're good with that. Now we gotta clear off the thermal paste here. Whenever you clear off like the crusty thermal paste right here off of the heatsink, I always like to use like a plastic card that just kind of digs and just goes, because it's plastic, it's not going to gouge the metal, and it's just going to basically scrape all the old thermal paste right off, you know? It's perfect. It's like foolproof. I love it. All right. Now that that is done, we're good there. And I am going to go ahead and blow out this heatsink, because the reason I told the customer they needed it is, look at that. I told them, I'm like, if you don't get this done, I mean, you'll probably come back in a week, because it's pretty bad, you know? And if they don't get it done, it's going to be bad. All right, so give me just a couple minutes. I'm going to blow this out, and I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, so I'll be actually working on the PS5 as soon as I'm done with this one. And we basically, all we have to do is reassembly now. This one is donezo just about. All right. Now I'm just spreading the new thermal compound on the main processor, and that is basically all we need to do. And we can just put it on the heatsink, and this one is good to go. All right. Good. Boom. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now I just have to put the screws in. All right. Alright, now we just have to put all these screws back in, put the console back together, test it out, make sure it works, and then we're good to go. Alright, perfecto. Where's the middle layer? Here we go. I'm going to put the two boards together. It's like a marriage. It's like when the two boards become one. And then they work together simultaneously. In perfect unison. And then we just take the two boards and we sandwich them together. All right. Oh. Hey, what's up? Yeah, so it actually, maybe it actually might be fixable. I have not seen one since that video, and I would love to do an update. I just have not seen one since. I think it might just need a new eMMC. So, like, if you're able to read and write to the old eMMC, or at least read it, you could probably get the prod keys or whatever you need to rebuild a brand new NAND, and then you should be good to go. And then just install a new eMMC chip, which is, especially on the V1, V2 switch, is not difficult for most people, as long as you have a programmer, which you can't buy them anymore. But yeah, if you have a programmer, then you're pretty much good. All right, got the disk drive here and all the screws. Now we can put the 17 billion screws in this thing, and we'll be good to go on that regard. Yeah, man, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. I do. Yeah, I mean, just been fixing things. It's basically it, man. All day, every single day. Right now, I get like maybe one day off a week, but I feel like it's all I give myself. I only give myself, and it's every other week that I get one day off. This week is my week on, so I'm working like trying to think. Almost 2 weeks in a row, I think, is what I'm doing right now. But like on Saturdays, I leave here at 3, just so I can give myself some extra time. Yeah, that's what a lot of people in the comments were saying. So the programmer you need, I have it. I think it's in here. Oh yeah, it's one of these. It's the MMC BLK-NX, and it looks like that. Basically, the eMMC hooks up to that side. It literally just plugs in, plug it into a computer. You can start backing up your boot 0 and boot 1, and then write it over to a new eMMC, from what I understand. I could be wrong on that explanation, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I've only used that programmer like once or twice. It's been quite a long time. Yeah, I know, man. But gotta make that money. Gotta make that money. Alright. Ooh, my bad. Hey, at least this is not a PS5, because the PS5 has more screws than this. We'll be sitting there for a minute. I'm typically I think I'm pretty fast when it comes to taking apart PS5 though. I would say out of this generation's consoles to work on, even though the PS5 has that many screws, I would say the PS5 is probably my favorite to work on over this one for sure. Even with no power situations, I would probably prefer to work on a PS5 than this. But the two, actually I've worked on 2 or 3, I think 2 though, maybe 2, Series X that had no power. One of them was a 5-volt short on the Nexus connector on the second daughter board. And then the other one was a shorted Ethernet controller. Oh, wrong screw. Which that one was a result of a lightning strike, conveniently. All right, perfecto. Okay, I'm gonna put this Wi-Fi little board on. Hey man, no problem at all. Love Mr. Computer Booter, Mr. David himself, the freaking king. Dude, yeah, he's a freaking king for live streaming every day. I could not imagine doing that. That's just nuts. Like, I would probably lose my sanity. Just because, like, you know, being watched every day. I dropped it. Thankfully it did not go far. I got the magnet for when I drop screws, just so I don't look like an idiot when I'm like trying to like fish myself under a bench. All right. Yeah, man, start it up. Start streaming, man. We need more creative people in this space that can solve complex issues, because you know the way I see it is we're all in this together. We're all trying to teach ourselves and learn from each other, because like ultimately at the end of the day we're sharing knowledge and information for the next generation. Because I remember, like, I mean, I think about it all the time. It's like I sit in my house, right? Like, because I just bought a house, and I'll sit in my house and I'll think like, man, I'm in here as a result of other people's work through history, you know? And it's like, I'm here to do that same thing. Oh yeah. So I don't live stream often, man. I was talking and thinking about making it somewhat of a regular thing on Saturdays, but I don't know how consistent I can be with it. It'll kind of be like if we're live, we're live. If we're not, we're not, you know. I'll have to kind of plan it and just see, and then if I have time to go live and make it and I'm like in a position to do it, then I'll do it. All right, gotta plug in the Nexus cable. This one's like weirdly bent. There we go. right, let's plug it in and see if it works. Usually I test like long before I put all the screws in, but I'm feeling pretty cheeky with this one, so hopefully it just works. Plus we don't have to remove the shield. Okay, so we got a power light. Let's see. Oh, it's gonna show up on this monitor. I forgot. All right, let's see. Did we get it working? Did we get it working? I don't know if you can hear that, but it's working. Let's see. Can you see? Yeah, so you can see an Xbox here. So, yeah, it's working. We got it. We solved it, man. All right. So, yeah, we're good to go, man. That thing is solved. We fixed it. Let's see if I can get it back to HDMI for the computer because I can't see anything. All right, there we go. Wow, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, kids are like sponges, man. They'll learn stuff so quick. Dude, like, I wish I could have picked this stuff up when I was a lot younger. It's just, I didn't really show an interest in it, like, at all for any reason, which is just nuts. I didn't show an interest in electronics until 2011, 2012. 2012 in specific, because I had gotten a PlayStation 3 that had a broken HDMI port back in 2012. And I really wanted a jailbroken PS3 for a very long time. And the only way you could do it back in those days, thank you, Meeb, appreciate you, dude. You had to be on 3.55 or lower. And so I had gotten a Yellow Light of Death PS3 from a guy, tried to fix it, nothing, blah, 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 tried to reflow the GPU, nothing, blah, 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 whatever. Couldn't fix it. And then I had gotten another PS3, same model as the other one, except it had an HDMI port issue, and the other board that was Yellow Light of Death obviously had a good port. I called my dad and I said, hey, do you think I could change the HDMI port with a heat gun? And he said, yes, probably. You got to try it, though. I did. I was successful, and that was when the addiction started. And that was pretty much the infancy of the repair business for me. All right. Okay, I think that's it. Gotta get this disk drive to sit flat. There we go. So the backing on the disk drive can go in. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Okay. Okay. Hey, as soon as this is done, I'm going to call the customer for this one, and then we can start tearing down the PS5. We can start doing our tests. But like I said, as far as the PS5 goes, it beeps on, beeps off. My initial thought is that it's probably something to do with the Ethernet, or it could be with the HDMI encoder. I have some donor boards, so yeah, chase your video with switch. Dude. Wow, you are OG then, man. If you remember that video. Dude, that was in this room. Except my bench was like a U shape, and it was facing this way. And so if you can imagine, the doorway like is actually over in that direction. That's so cool, dude, that you remember that. That's like far back, man. What's crazy is, like, me and Northridge Fix, we like go way back, and it's kind of funny because, like, I used to like, I mean, Northridge Fix was basically like my everything, dude, when it came to electronic repair. Like, I was like sopping up every single video that he had, and I feel like that's a lot of where my troubleshooting came from, like, was from his videos. And the fact that he, like, you know, recognizes me, you know, in some regard is just like a huge honor, dude. It's crazy stuff. I'm very, very appreciative. Yeah, Northridge Fix is a freaking king, dude. Okay, we're almost done here. I've been highly anticipating the wait on this PlayStation, man. I'm really excited to work on it. I love working on no power situations. Dude, Alex is a king, dude. Straight up. I just watched a video that he did on an SSD that was, it went to a data recovery lab. All it had was one shorted capacitor. And the lab couldn't do anything for him and said it was a fault with the, I think the controller or something on the board. I was like, bruh. And the fact that he fixed it, I'm like, bro. It's like, dude, all you have to do is some like really simple measurements, man. You can fix it. All right, I'm gonna call this customer and we can start on PS5. All right, give me just a second, boys. Yeah, I don't know who that is, Robert. I'm not sure. All right. It's time, boys. It's time for the PlayStation. Ooh, man, this one does need to be cleaned out as well. But for now, we can go ahead and still do our deep dive. Dude, eventually, I want to get one of those cameras that does like a top-down view. So we can... we could like fully record this thing during the teardown and all that. All right, let's go ahead and get all the screws out of this beast. All right, I'm gonna see if I have one. Is that also a T10? Two T10s. I want a T9 or a T8. Oh, crap. My bad. I'll find it. One of my bits fell. All right. So we need. I probably have one here. My 1T is not, my Torx driver is not magnetic for some reason. Okay. But the T9 in that kit is not, this one should be. Just so I can pick up the screws a little bit easier. Is it going to be? Oh, it is. See, that one is. Perfect. Okay. All right, now we're getting somewhere, peeps. We're getting somewhere. Where is? There it is. We're on our way, fams. We're on our way. We're getting into this thing. I'm really excited to know if we can fix this. This is gonna be fun today. Okay. Screwdriver. Got to take out the M.2 slot here. Do you guys know? Do you guys have a PS5? Who has a PS5 in chat? I gotta ask. And not only do you have a PS5, do you have an M.2 in your PS5? Yeah, Mr. Carlson's lab is good. I have watched him previously, but I don't watch him probably as much as I should. Okay, let's get these antenna cables off and routed. Okay. Now we get to take 42 screws out. Let's do it. Get down to the board as quickly as possible. Dude, my whole bit came out of my drill. I was like, what? I went to pull the screw out and the whole bit came out. I was like, what? Oh yeah, what's up, Matthew, the freaking king himself? Dude, yeah, what I was gonna ask about it is M.2. So I have an M.2 that's 3x4. I don't know, generation or whatever, and I guess the PS5 only uses Gen 4 or something. I don't really know. Well, anyways, I have one, and it's like 3x4 or whatever, the M.2. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it in the PS5 yet, but I wasn't sure if you guys knew if it could work in the PS5 or not. I guess I'll just have to try it, but like I wasn't sure. We're almost there, guys. Almost have the plate off and we can get the board out. Yeah, I don't know if it does. I'm gonna have to try it. I have one that's a 1 terabyte. I know it uses Gen 4, but the SSD that I have on hand that's like out of one of my old laptops, it's a 3x4. I wasn't sure if that was compatible or not. All right. And this comes off. Okay, boys. All right, I have initial thoughts here. The Ethernet section, at least where the cap is not blown. Okay. Oh crap, that's why this. I knew the screwdriver was acting up. The whole screwdriver is completely screwed up. Like it's literally just, I can't use it anymore. That sucks. I've literally had that screwdriver for years, like 8 or 9 years. Alright, we'll have to use this one. This one I've had for 10 or 11 years. Alright. Let's get that out of here. Okay. Now, we're down to the main board. Let's just do some quick measurements here. We'll do voltage mode. We'll plug it in. I'm guaranteeing we have 12 volts on the power supply, but might as well check, firsthand. Okay, do we have 12 volts? Yes, we have 12 volts. Power supply is not blown. All right. Now, let's go ahead and get the board out of this thing. All right. Okay, guys, board is out. Okay. Why does it beep on, beep off? All right. We got the board out. Now, set that off to the side, the chassis. Okay. Oh, making sure that does not fall. So that would have been really bad. All right. Okay, diagnostics mode. Let's do this. Okay. Okay. I know, right? You would hope for a faulty PSU, right? But unfortunately, it's not that easy most of the time. Measure 12 volt connector for short. Let's check. We have 5 million ohms, so there is no short there. We'll check. Let me get you guys over to the microscope so you guys can see what I'm doing. All right. So we checked 5 volt rail, or we gotta check 5 volt rail. That's what I'm gonna check next. We should have 5 volts because we have a beep, right? Okay, let's check 5 volts for short to ground. We got 2,000 ohms, so it's obviously not short. What about here? 2,000. Yeah, that fuse is good, so we're good there. All right, let's check over in this area over here. I always love this chip right here. This chip is like the freaking king. Let's check and see if we have a short here. 2,000 ohms. Oh, 4,000 here. Okay, nothing there. Let's check and see what we got here. 1.3K. Okay. Any short circuits? 12K. Basically like 100K. Obviously it's going to show like 2K, 4K there. 2K down here. Almost 8K. 3K. Okay. Nothing there. Let's go up here. The fuse is fine. Short to ground on this plane. No, 1K. Alright, I like to check up here too. Where is it? This fuse here. Let's check this guy. That fuse is good. Any short to ground. Usually this fuse would be blown if there's a short to ground here or here. Nothing. Alright, let's flip the board over. See if there's anything on the side. Right. Let's check right here. This fuse. That fuse is fine. Obviously there's probably no short if the fuse is good, because it would have blown. No, we're good. Okay. Okay, nothing. So my thoughts are it's probably going to have something to do with the encoder, but not sure. Yeah, I'm checking MOSFETs for shorts. Well, here's the deal. 12 volt MOSFETs are fine because voltage is going all the way to 5 volts. 5 volt MOSFETs are more than likely fine because there's no short on the 5 volt rail either, but we got to check in that area. Maybe there is a short circuit for 5 volts, which is right in this area here. So let's check around here. 5 million ohms. This is just showing open line, but if I check here, 5 million ohms. I try to like really get in there. I'm not seeing anything, so no short circuit. Let's check the gate here to ground. 76 ohms. I think that's normal. And then about 96 to 100 ohms on the gate here for this one. The drain on this one, 13K. So yeah, no, I don't think there's an issue with 5 volts. Now the one thing I'm gonna check, I wish I could show you guys on screen, but I can't really show you. I'm gonna hook this up to DC power, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what this thing is doing when we plug 12 volts into the board. So when we plug 12 volts, we'll give it any amount of current that it wants, because I want to see what it's gonna do. Everything looks very normal on the board so far. I'm hoping that there isn't a ridiculous amount of damage somewhere, or like lightning struck the APU and killed it or something crazy. But we're gonna find out right now. So I'm gonna hook up some alligator clips. Green is ground for me today. Okay. And we need to hook up our positive to our 12. Okay, you guys ready? All right, I'm gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen. We're gonna hook up 12 volts. And we are not getting the initial boot sequence, and we have a very, very low current draw. It's 0.01A. If we disconnect 12 volts and put it back, oh, hold on. Are we getting a boot sequence? No, we are getting 0 boot sequence. We are getting, it'll go from 1. It'll go up from 10 milliamps up to 40 milliamps, like 30, and back down to 0, or back down to 10 milliamps. Okay, so we have 10 milliamp draw. I'm gonna grab the thermal cam from my backpack. We're gonna backpack. We gotta grab the thermal cam. All right, thermal cam time. Okay, let me see if there's anything, because typically when this happens, so yeah, I think the flavor of liquid metal, it's very stale. It doesn't really have a taste. It just kind of tastes like liquid metal. All right, with our 10 milliamp draw, I got the south bridge that is a little bit warm here. So that's a good sign. So maybe in a pleasant direction. Okay, guys, I will be right back. I'll be right with you. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, all right. So, um, all right. I'm trying to think in which direction we should move. So, basically, what the issue is at hand is the console doesn't turn on beeps, no power at all the main fuses look intact, and they measure intact. There's actually one fuse in specific I have not checked yet that I would like to check really fast. Let's see here, over here. That fuse is good. That fuse is good. Any shorts over here? Okay. Okay, so my thoughts are the PS5 does not do a boot sequence. So when the PS5 turns on, or excuse me, when you hook the PS5 up to the 12-volt connector, like the power supply, yes, the power supply does output 12 volts, so the power supply is not the issue. Or at least that's what I can tell so far. There is no issue with 12 volts, but the PS5, when you hook it up to the power supply, it's supposed to jump up to about 250 milliamps to 300 milliamps, back down to 0. This one jumps up to 40 milliamps, 30, and then back down to 10, and hangs at 10, which it should go back down to 0 if it's a working PS5 board. So, because that is happening, there's an obvious issue here. Now, there are two things that I have seen that fixes it in the past, and what's really odd to me is that it's worked, and not that it shouldn't work, but that it has worked in the past, and I'm not really sure what the deal is. But so this chip right here is connected with the south bridge, and I believe it's some sort of like voltage regulator. Anyways, this chip usually blows like a lot of the time. This chip blows almost all the time. This fuse blows on occasion. This is a resistor here that originally I thought was a fuse, but it turns out it's actually a 100K resistor. But there have been many times where if I have no power situations, I'll replace this and then I'll get boot sequence. I'll actually just run a jumper sometimes, and you would think like going from 100K down to just 0 ohms would cause an issue, but I originally thought this was a fuse. I thought this F7003 was actually this and not this fuse, this very clear fuse right here. I thought that was that. Anyways, what I have found is if you replace this sometimes with a jumper and end up putting a new fuse here, you'll get the boot sequence. Sometimes. Others, if you replace this chip, will get boot sequence. But because this south bridge is hanging at 10 milliamps, I'm like not sure what the issue is yet. I don't know if it's solvable at this point because we're not seeing any blown fuses. We don't see any obvious shorts. We're seeing no boot sequence and voltage like hang. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to jump this first, then see if we have a boot sequence. Then, if that doesn't work, then we might try to replace this. If that doesn't work, we're going to reball the entire board. No, I'm just kidding. Then we'll replace south bridge. But then, of course, obviously, the encoder, obviously the encoder doesn't look like there's any issues here. I don't see any obvious problems. All of these pins look fine. I didn't see any shorts in the area underneath the port offhand, so I mean, I am randomly looking for short circuits as well, just to see what I can find, but like initially I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing like anything at all until I just touched here. Wait, hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. What the frick? Hang on, boys. Hang on. There's a freaking short here. Hold on, wait a minute. Is it for real? Is this shorted? Hold on, is this short? What the frick? Okay, hold on. I think we found the short circuit right by the encoder. Dude, I was gonna start working over there, man. I'm really glad I checked. I was like, man, maybe I should check this cap over here. Okay, we have an obvious short right here. Any idea what led up to console not powering on? A lightning strike. So maybe we have an issue here. Yeah. Yeah, so that's shorted. So, okay, my initial thought is we're going to inject some voltage into that. We're going to inject 1 volt. Actually, I'd like to start with like half a volt and see what kind of current draw we get. Okay. All right. Let's inject voltage here and see what happens. Oh, yeah, we got like 2 amp current draw. Holy crap. Okay. Thermal cam, wherefore art thou? Yeah, lightning strike. Yep. 1 volt shows, yeah, because like, look, this is the ground plane here, and then this is the actual rail, and it's showing short to ground. So let's, I'm gonna inject voltage here, half a volt, and see what gets hot. Okay, let's see. Oh, we're getting 2 amp. Oh, encoder's getting hot, boys. Look at that. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hang on. Let's see if I can, dude, I wish I could show you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if we can look at the, can you see? Oh, man, maybe not. I would love to show you guys, but yeah, the encoder's the issue, I think. I'm like 99% sure. So the short, when you inject voltage here, this gets hot, and then the encoder goes boop and shows up. Oh, IPA, good idea. Oh, I have freeze spray. I have freeze spray here. Yeah, here. All right, boys. Oh shoot, the little thing came off. Now that the board's all Mr. Frosty, oh, let's move my hand out the way. Okay, we're going to inject voltage in 3, 2, 1. Ho, 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 boys. Looks like we found the short circuit. Ho, ho, look at that. It's freaking heating up the encoder, man. All right. We're in the right direction. We're going to hopefully solve this today. If we can, we can. If we can't, we can't. But this looks like it might be the problem. Thankfully, I have an encoder. I actually have a couple, so we should be good to go. Let me double check. Give me 1 sec. All right. I think this is the encoder I need. Yeah, I think that's the same one. Out of all my small parts. Dude, that was cool, man. I'm so glad I checked here. I was like, because I checked underneath and I didn't notice any like initial shorts, and then I checked this, and then this got hot. Well, this showed short, inject voltage, and then this got hot. So, yeah, this is the chip we need. The numbers match. All right, so let's replace it, man, and then we'll see if we get the what do you call it? The boot sequence, and then we should be good to go. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can actually fix this today. That'd be cool. All right, fume extractor in the area. We're gonna need like 400. I'm gonna bring, yeah, dude. Let's do 450. Alright, hang on. I gotta kind of like set up my hot air here. Okay. Alright, we're good. So I'm gonna put some flux around this area. I'm gonna bring my mic closer so you guys can hear me. I prefer the the frost melting, over the magic smoke. Because magic smoke can be a result of like the freaking board melting, or the component like carbonizing to the rest of the layers. All right, we're gonna remove this chip. Right now we're at 450 Celsius, 100% airspeed, roughly about a centimeter away from the chip. Just kind of gotta like, get the heat in the area, because this chip takes a ridiculous amount of heat to remove. It's like nuts. Okay, we're starting to, you can tell in the top part of the chip that's starting to flow here. Yeah, this board's a thick boy. We're about to come up. Oh, there it is. Haha, boys. Alright, encoder's off. Now, let's go over here and check for short circuit. Okay. And the short is gone. Let me see how many ohms we got on that. We got freaking 2.5K, boys. Alright. Short is gone. That's awesome. Alright. So, and the short ended up being this encoder. So now we can replace the chip. Dude, this chip is expensive too, man. Okay. Gotta get the old chip out the way. Yeah, I know, right? I thought the same thing. I was like, get the old chip, move that out the way so I don't put the broken chip back on again. That would suck. Alright. Let's go ahead and put some flux down in the area. This chip usually runs about 50 bucks. Ish, sometimes 60, but the thing is, this chip comes from, you have to get it from a donor board, like another PS5, like another broken PS5. You can't just buy it from Panasonic, which I believe Panasonic now was bought out by another company or something, because, what do you call it? The new PS5 Slim actually uses a different encoder. It's like probably the same encoder, but just made by a different manufacturer. Alright. Let's see the area better. There we go. Get the soldering iron going. I just want to like touch up these pads, so we can try to lower the melting temperature and try to get this encoder to flow a little bit better. Perfect. Alright, I think we'd be good. Yeah, no, and ultimately it's the work that costs, because like, you got to put in time like diagnosing the board. It's a very skilled labor job, plus the chip is very expensive as well. Alright, here's our new chip. We're good, we can put that in the area. Okay. Let's get this heated up here. Oh, yeah, we don't want that sliding away. We're not gonna hold it in place. Absolutely, 100%. hold it in place. It's probably going to be best solution for me right now. Okay, there we go. Now we can heat this up, and then we should be able to glide the chip right into place. Oh yeah, there we go. Do a little jiggle. Gonna make sure it's in the center. Push down in the center. Move the heat away. Alright. Now we can move that. Okay. Now, I'm gonna touch up all the solder joints. Oh yeah, yep. 40 to 65 bucks. Yeah, that's very accurate on the price. They're expensive, man. Especially when like most chips cost like you know, that like, you know, sometimes $3 to $8 or something. Depending on like what it is, obviously. Or what it's for, but yeah, this display chip, the encoder is pretty expensive. Especially when it's like you solder it in and you're like, alright, let's hope it works. You know? Based off of an if. Oh, my bad. Took one of the capacitors with me. There we go. We'll put that back in its place in a minute. Alright. There it is. Underneath my tweezers. Yeah, there it is. It can sit there. You can wait there, guy. Well, you know what? It's freaking... I have extra of these caps, but just in case. We'll just freaking put it back in its place. The flux, man. We're in like a pool of flux. Come on, baby. I'm trying to grab it. There it is. So I can hot air it back into place. Yeah, the little solder ball. It's funny. Okay, yeah, there's the cap. There it is. Alright, we're good. Now, we can touch up this side. I think that side actually looks fine, just about. Alright, let me get that stuff out the way. Yeah, let's do it like that. I think mostly that all those joints are actually fine. Let's clear this off. Perfect. Last but not least, the last side. Okay. Alright, boys, I think that's it. Let's go ahead and clear off all this old residual flux. It's quite a bit. Quite a bit. Okay. quite a bit here. Oh, yes. Dude, double Q-tip, man. Hey, I appreciate that. Dude, double Q-tip, man. I double Q-tip this thing all the time, dude. Every day, double Q-tip. Always. But then, like, when you really need to just, like, get in there and dig into it and just really clean up that flux, you just come in with a single one, you know what I mean? You just come in there, single Q-tip, you're good to go, man. Sound is still, should be, if you guys can still hear me. Look, it looks like sound's still working for me on my end. Okay. Let's double check for our short circuit now that the chip is installed. And we'll see if we get boot sequence, and we'll kind of go from there, man. You gotta take it one step at a time. Alright. Okay, let's check for short circuit. Let's see what we got here. Alright. Right here was where we checked. We have 262 ohms. So yeah, that's obviously not short anymore. Yeah, trial by fire. Just friggin', yeah. Plug it in now and just see if it works, yeah. The reason why I do it like this is because I've trialed by fire many times and wasted so much time. I just hate wasting time now. Just like let's get in there, we'll fix it, we'll freaking go. Okay. Let's go up to 12 volts. Alright. See what our... Let's see what we got. Okay, 12 volts, we got ground connected, and we got our posi. It goes, okay, so it goes, let's see. So we don't have the short anymore. Okay, so does it have a boot sequence? I'm trying to see if it does. What does it do? It does go back down to 0 now. Is it still going? Okay. So yeah, it doesn't have a boot sequence yet. So we're going to have to solve that, but it does go back down to 0 now, so it's not sitting at 12 or 10 milliamps. So, in a lot of cases, it not only kills so whatever the short circuit is, it kills that, and then a lot of times it kills this guy too. So we're gonna try to replace this guy next, because we still don't have a boot sequence. There is no boot sequence happening. But the short circuit is gone, so that's good. Alright, let's see what we got here. I should have like several of this chip. Or at least a couple of them. I think that's it. Is this it? RT. Hold on, I can't read. Let's see, what do we got? This is the RT5126, and this is RT5126. Okay, we're good. That's the chip we need. Alright. So we replaced the encoder, we found the short, replaced the encoder, no more short circuit. Now, flux the area, let's replace this chip because this chip blows all the freaking time. And then if this works, then that's awesome. But it's really, really common. I've seen it on a pretty regular basis that this chip causes issues. And if this chip and the South Bridge connect to each other and there's an issue, the boot sequence won't happen. So, alright, we're good. Just about. And chip is off. We can just briefly touch up the solder joints here. Add some Fluxiflux. And a little bit of solder that popped up on there. Alright. Cool. Alright, let me get the new chip here ready to go. Alright. Just double checking which chip I pulled off. This is the chip I pulled off. Okay. I know I didn't separate them again like a dingus. Alright, this is the chip, and I believe this is a known good chip. So we should be good. Alright. We need to get the chip to float. Take it easy, Robert. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. You're the best, man. Alright. This chip is not going to float for me. Okay, that'll work. It's good enough. Alright, now we can touch up the area with our soldering iron. Alright, grab the soldering iron. It's always good to do this while the board's still hot so the solder can flow a little bit easier. Okay. That side was already basically good. Perfect. And this side looks perfect as well already. Yeah, we're good. Alright. We're gonna single Q-tip this guy. Alright. The solder joints look absolutely fantastic, so we should be good to go. And see how hot it is. Pretty warm. The board's kind of warm here. Alright. Gonna let the board cool down for just a second with the fume extractor. Alright. That's probably sufficient. Okay, let's hook up our ground again. And our 12 volts and see what happens. Alright, connecting 12 volts in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Nothing. We got nothing. Still nothing. Okay. So, I'm going to do the old classic, replace this this guy right here with a jumper and see if that solves our issue with no boot sequence. Yeah, a new short appears, right? Come on. Come on, guy. There it is. Alright. Now that that guy is removed, let's install a jumper. Before I even look at, like, Southbridge stuff, I'm going to run this jumper real quick. Okay. Come on, baby. Perfect. Done. Now I just want to check continuity between right here and here. And we have continuity, so we're good. Alright, we can clean up the flux real quick. Oh, I'm having a brief call come in. Give me 1 second, guys. Alright, I am back. Alright, so we jumped that. Now let's check boot sequence. If not, I'm going to replace that RT5 chip again. Let's connect 12 volts and see what happens. It went up to 200 milliamps and then off, which is not normal. It should go up to 200 milliamps, hang there, and then go back down to 0. Okay, nothing. I'm going to check, just make sure that the same short that we just fixed is not back again. Okay, the short that we did fix is gone, so that's good. Alright, let's replace this RT chip again. We'll replace it again, and then just see what happens. Okay. This should be a pretty easy swap now that we already put new solder on the pads. Dude, I'm really hoping we can get something out of this, dude. Okay. Oh, my bad. Accidentally moved one of the coils. It popped up. Well, we can put that back. Oh, that looks good. Alright, grab the coil. And there it goes. Float right back into place. Perfect. Alright, so we should be good there, good there. All right, let's clean up the area and let it cool down because it is still really freaking hot. Double Q-tip this boy. Whenever you use hot air, the flux kind of travels and goes around to other sides of the board. Alright. Now, let's use the fume extractor to like blow some room temperature air over. Well, it's not going to blow, it's going to suck some air, and it's going to passively blow some air over the board. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Alright. What could be also effective is I'm going to go back through and just double check all the fuses and make sure nothing is blown as well, and then we should be good. Alright, let's plug 12 volts into the board and see what happens. Okay, went up to 260 milliamps and then immediately back down to 0. Let's just put this thing in the chassis and see what it does. I don't know how far we'll get, but I mean, better just try it at least. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm like pretty confident that it needs to have at least an initial boot sequence, but who knows. All right, let's plug it in, see what it does. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. Let's turn it on. We have nothing. No, nothing. It's like dead. Well, that sucks. Alright, let's go ahead and check all the fuses. Check everything out, see what we can find. And let me double check 12 volts is present. Yeah, 12 volts is present. Okay. So I'm not crazy. Okay. Let's see what we can find. All right, let's start checking around and see if we have any fuses that are blown or anything. I want to check the 5 volt. Okay, nothing. 5 volts is fine. And of course, we don't have a short there anymore. No short there. No short there. Let's see. Just the fuse here. That's good. And no short circuit. No short. No short. This is 5 volts actually. Check here. That's good. Obviously that's gonna be good. And short circuits here. No. 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 No, nada, no. There is... Wow, this is showing short. Is this chip bad? Hold on. That is showing short. I don't know if this chip is bad or something. Maybe it is. Maybe it is bad. Let's get this chip off the board. I do have like maybe 2 or 3 more chips. So let's get this one off and see if that short goes away. So there is a short happening here. It could be that little cap, though. When it comes to lightning damage like this, I mean, lightning, yeah, we found one short, but lightning is lightning, and lightning is going to travel through the board and is going to kill other things. So in some cases, we might be able to get it fixed, but we'll see. We'll see. I have not lost all hope yet. Alright, let's check. Let's check that line again, see if we have a short here. Oh. Now the board is hot, so it is showing short, and it's this one here. So what if that cap is blown? What if that's causing the chip to not like work? That'd be interesting. This little guy right here. Now, this obviously does go into the board, so it might, yeah, because like there's vias here, right? And that means that this particular rail, this line that goes into the board to another area of the board, could also, there could be a short somewhere else. So it's likely this cap could be blown, or this is shorted somewhere else. I don't believe that that is supposed to be short. And it is not the capacitor. So the cap itself is not going to show short, but the line is short. Well, yeah, there it is. So yeah, the cap does not show short. So it's not the capacitor, it is this line. So now that's what I'm going to go down the rabbit trail and see if I can find what the issue is there. So let's get this cap put back in place, and we'll inject voltage and see what heats up with the thermal cam. See if we can find what the short is coming from. Come on, baby. There you go. Just snuggled up right there, right into its little solder pads. Alright. I'm going to let this board cool down because on the thermal camera it's going to show like 100 billion degrees from the hot air station. We need this to be cool so we can detect an actual short circuit. Man, this is intense today, guys. This one's fighting to not be fixed. But we're going to fight as hard as we can. We're going to try to do what we can to get it working. So the board is cooling down. Just needed to be finished cooling. Alright, let's see where it's at. Board's warm. Okay. Now we're going to need our what was 12 volts, and we're going to turn it down to half a volt. We're going to inject it into that and see what comes up as short circuit. Okay, let's see how much current draw do we have. But let me kind of like do a reassessment. I got a bunch of cords that are kind of all over the place here. If you guys could see my bench, you would know. All right. Let's inject a volt there. We are getting half. I'm gonna bump up the voltage just a bit. We're getting like half an amp. Let's see, now it's going back down. Okay. We're getting like 20 milliamps. Let me double check on my donor board, make sure that that's normal. Or if it's not normal. I have a PlayStation 5 donor board here. I'm going to double check and make sure that that is a relatively normal reading. This is the donor. Let's read it. So we should be getting, okay, if the board has a cleared short, it should have 0 ohms. So far I'm measuring 0. Like, it's not even showing anything. So yeah, so there's definitely an issue on this board for sure. What the issue is, I don't know yet, but we're going to figure it out. Alright. Okay, now that we've detected that there is a short circuit on this line in question, we are currently at, let me double check, 11 ohms. Yo, what up, Mr. Uber Micro Repairs in the flesh? All the way from the beautiful UK. Heck yeah, dude. Alright, so we have an 11 ohm short circuit right here on that capacitor. It is not the capacitor itself. So we're going to grab the thermal cam and see if we see anything heating up when we inject some voltage into the board. Let me see what I can find here, boys. Ha, man. Damn. Southbridge. Alright, so we're going to have to replace the Southbridge as well. The Southbridge is heating up, boys. Alright, so now we have to replace the Southbridge. Thankfully, I have 2 Southbridges here, but I don't know if they're good or not. But I have a reballing jig, so we can test Southbridges all day long if we want. Alright, so because Southbridge is probably screwed, we're going to put this chip back on because there's no reason not to. And we're going to replace Southbridge because Southbridge was probably knocked out when this got hit by lightning along with the encoder. So let's go ahead and put some flux down. Bro, I hate the Southbridge too, man. But the Southbridge talks to this chip. It's somehow connected, and it like, if the boot sequence doesn't happen, there's nothing, you know, like, nothing's gonna happen, man. You gotta have the boot sequence. There it is. That works. I'm good with that. Alright, now that that chip is put back on the board, we gotta basically give all of our attention to this guy right here. This big friggin' chip. This chip is expensive as crap as well. This chip is like $60. So replace the encoder because there was a short on the encoder. We replaced that. There's no short now. Now we have the Southbridge, and the Southbridge is showing short. It's lighting up on the thermal cam. So let's replace it. So I'm going to put some flux all the way around. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Done. Now we're going to lower, well, I guess, I mean, well, yeah, lower the melting temp. We'll go down to like 410 Celsius. Because this encoder is going to go, but we need enough heat to melt the balls in order to get it off the board. Dude, this is a fun day. We got all, like, this is like jam-packed session, man. At least we found the short circuit and fixed it. Now we just have to fix the Southbridge. Replace the Southbridge now, too. If this lightning strike took out both, that's nuts, man. Which it obviously did, but, like, still. It's not ready to come up yet. Come on, baby. We might have to do this the no nozzle method. And take my nozzle off. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Okay. No nozzle usually is like king for this. Especially if because I'm not doing it with a preheater, you know. So we gotta use a little bit of the extra heat here. It's not ready yet. Oh yeah, we're about ready to go, boys. Yep, there it is. Let's get a pair of tweezers under there. Well, it was good to go. Hang on. Hold on. Wait. It was good to go. Now I gotta... Oh, hang on. There we go. We got it. Southbridge is off the board. Alright, now we get to do the fun part. Cleaning all the solder off of the pads. So we're gonna grab my leaded solder. And we're gonna friggin' just like... I gotta turn on my soldering iron. Try to collect as much as we can first. Alright. Now we can replace the iron tip with something a little bit more useful for cleaning these pads. Alright. Dude, this job is a bit of a chore, my mains. This replaced the Southbridge, man. It's pretty big job. Dude, I freaking love the knife blade tip for this job. It's so OP. Alright. We're basically good now. We just gotta grab the Q-tips. Very lightly double Q-tip this boy. Alright. Clean up all that old residual flux. Well, it's good we didn't pull any pads per the usual. Alright. Alright. That looks good. Alright, now let's see. What Southbridges do I have? I need a 61G. What do I got here? This needs to be cleaned. These probably all need to be cleaned. I don't know if these need new balls. They might need new balls. Oh, my bad. So this is a 61G. Alright. So we can use this. Now I just have to double check and make sure the balls are good. If not, we can reball it because I have a jig for that now. I see a little, I think this is solder. Boop. Pop it off. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, we gotta reball this. Alright. We'll set the board out the way. Time for reballing, boys. Alright. Grab the reballing jig. Alright. Alright, we're gonna put the south bridge in there. Let me make sure I lined it up right. Looks like it goes like that. Alright. The goal to do this, put some flux down. If you guys haven't already seen my video on how to reball the south bridge, it's pretty simple, to be honest. It's not too involved. Like it's not super big job. Oh, my bad. Okay. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna double Q-tip this again. We'll just clean off all of the old flux. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Maybe we can hit this chip real quick with a little bit more wick. Well, I mean, realistically, we don't need to. Yeah, because like maybe it'll just help us line up the chip rather than anything. All right, so now let's put the stencil over it. Haha, there we go, baby. Yeah, see these extra balls, it's not really gonna matter much. Alright, now we need some solder paste, and you know, I don't have, because that's the one thing I forgot to buy today. We need some paper towel here, and I don't have any. So to try to clear the flux out of the solder paste beforehand, I don't think it's gonna be a thing we can do. So, we're just going to put the solder paste on and hope for the best, man. Oh, that's probably way more than we need. But we're going to just, like, we'll do what we can, man. My air compressor in the background, I don't know if you can hear it. Being obnoxious. All right. Okay. That's reballed now. Let's go ahead and put some tweezers down. We're gonna reflow this thing. Oh crap. Hang on. I don't know if I saved it or not. Hang on, let's see where we at. Okay, the chip is still attached to the back. I don't have the magnet on right this second. We might have to redo this reball. Because I thought I might try like a different method of this, but hold on, maybe we can save it. Ooh, I think we did. I used the magnet and I think I saved it. Okay. Alright. So, I'm going to use a... What do you call it with this? I can't think. I'm going to use a nozzle with my hot air station. Let's friggin' do that. Oh, you guys cannot see. Alright. We're going to bring heat to the area. Perfect. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. Take the stencil off. All right. Now that that is all done, we can finish the reball by bringing the hot air back in, reflow the balls. Okay, that works. Alright, the balls have been reflowed. Let's let the chip just like cool down a little bit here before we move on. Dude, I love, like, reballing the chip, man, is just very simple. Like, it's not, this is not a difficult job at all. I mean, it's time consuming, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, look at that. Perfect, freaking perfect solder balls, dude. Like, and I think I spent maybe like $26, $27 maybe on this stencil, and it's like, dude, if it saves you time, like, why would you hand reball if you can just literally solder paste this thing? Alright. Now we can grab our motherboard and we can put this chip on and see if it works. I have not pre-tested this south bridge. I don't know 100% that it works. So, it was pulled from a donor. I don't know if the donor had a south bridge issue. I don't believe it did. But I'm not 100%, so we'll see. Okay. A bridge on the south bridge. Where do you see a bridge? Here, let me... Maybe I can... Top center, maybe in this area? Like right here? I think it's just like flux stuff. I don't think it's solder. Yeah, I don't think it is. I think it's just like maybe like old flux or something. Yeah, or it's like maybe part of a Q-tip or something. Yeah, I think it's like old flux. But yeah, it looks good. Yeah, I mean, because you can tell there's no bridges here. But we definitely need to clean this off before it goes on. Dude, I hope it works, man. This would be so cool. Probably one of the coolest PS5s I've worked on so far. So I have worked on Lightning PS5s and fixed them before. But I mean, it's few and far between. Not everything can be fixed, and sometimes it just depends on how much time and effort you want to put into a board as well, you know. All right. Alright, Southbridge area. Hi, how are you? What's up, Southbridge? Area? Whatever. Let me get the microscope. Okay, boys. You ready? So what we're going to do is we're going to put a little bit of flux here. And I am going to smooth it out here on this area. That works. I'm going to put our chip in the area and match up. I believe it goes this way, and it does. We got to match up this with this here, this thing. And now the other thing I'm going to do is match up. I like to match up this corner of the square with like this corner down here. Try to get it, and then there's a corner up here as well. Try to get it as close as I can. Do what we can, you know. Alright, I think that looks, you know, let me make the thing as straight as I can. I think that is going to be as good as it's going to get. Now we're going to bring in the hot air. We're going to use no No nozzle. We're gonna bring it. This is gonna be a little bit of a, what do you call it? Just a little bit of time to do this, because we want to make sure that it's 100% good. We don't want the south bridge to slide. We don't want to bring the heat in too crazy, too fast. We want to work it up to that point to where then eventually all the balls will float and we're good to go. And this shouldn't take too much time either, because we used leaded solder balls, and so those should solidify, or those should melt pretty quick. Okay. I don't know if it's ready quite yet, but it might be. Not quite yet. Almost. Oh, there it is. You see how we touched the chip just briefly and it did a little jiggle? That's when you know it's good to go. Alright. Now we just need to let the board cool. We're not going to touch it. We're going to just let the board kind of air cool with the, what do you call it? With just like room temperature air. Alright, let's just give it a couple minutes here. Oh, man. It's intense, man. I don't know if it's going to work yet. You know? It might not. Because I do have a second south bridge here. Let me double check. Is this the 61G GG? I can't remember if this is it or not. Because I do have a second one, just in case. And I don't know if either one of them work. That's going to be an issue. But at least we, like, reballing them is pretty quick to where it's not going to matter too much if we just try it. I'll hang out here at the shop for a little bit longer, if we can get it going or not. This is the 61G. Okay, so I do have two of them. And then this is the bad one. So that one's for sure bad. Okay. So I got the thermal cam here. Maybe I can measure and see how much heat the board's still at. Then we can just maybe try to bring the thermal or the fume extractor over, try to like bring some cold air over it. Or sitting at like 240 Celsius. Or no. Is that Fahrenheit? No, 240 like Fahrenheit. Right. I'm actually gonna plug in the fume extractor because this is or not fume extractor. Why am I saying that? I'm gonna plug in the thermal cam so it can charge. All right, let's bring in the fume extractor. Try to cool down the board a little bit more. See what happens. Dude, I'm really hoping, man. So we replaced the encoder, replaced the RT5 126, ran a jumper, and now we replaced the south bridge. So we're kind of getting there. Okay, the board's almost cooled down enough where we can test it. I'm excited. Okay. Alright, guys. Let's see if this is going to be any remote success. Okay, we're going to connect 12 volts. I got to turn up the power supply to 12. See if we get a boot sequence. Alright. 3, 2, 1. We got 20 milliamps. Dang, dude. It's going 10, 20, 10, 20, 10, 20. Okay. Let me see what the thermal cam says. Does it still show? Oh, we didn't even check that one area to see if there was a short circuit there still. Let me check. Let's put that in that mode. Let's check. Oh, we have a short circuit. Well, I don't know if that's supposed to be short now that I'm like thinking about it. What if it's not? What if that's not normal? Alright, yeah, we still have 1.1.5 ohms. I know. Man. Alright, so we reballed Southbridge, put that on. It goes up to like 200 milliamps back then, and it's like it bounces between 1020, 1020. Okay. Let's see, what do we got? Anything else heating up on the board? Anything else? I'm looking in here to see if there's anything on the board. So it looks like our Southbridge reball was good. That's good. Trying to think of what the next step. Let's try to replace this chip again with a different one. Where's that thing at? Yeah, because like pretty much at this point, you know, because I'm going to try like 2 more of these chips. Oh, this is not the correct one. We need the 6 one at the end. DA 6 one. You know what? I only have 1 more of these, I think. Is this it? Nope, that's 8 one. What the heck? Where's the 6 one? Well, maybe those were the only 2 ones I put. Is that it? Huh. I think that's it. Okay, I'm trying to think of the approach that I should take with this one. Remove the IC and check the cap and see if short goes with it removed. Yeah, so I did that already. And when you inject voltage, you inject 1 volt. We inject half a volt here. You get like 20 milliamps, and the Southbridge warms up. So I can't tell. Uber, do you know if that is normal? If you should have, it's like 11 ohms here on this rail that goes to Southbridge. I know in some regard, you know, having low impedance is fine and is normal, but I'm not 100% if that is normal. Like if it was like 0 ohms or something, you know, or really close, that would make way more sense, but. Would think that can would be short. Yeah, I mean, like I have another Southbridge that I can test. You know, that's the thing, is I'm not sure if it's the Southbridge problem or if it's something else. Because we're not getting the boot sequence. We're not getting the 200, 250, you know, milliamp back down to 0 before you hit the power button. So we're not getting any of that. Initial like boot sequence. So I'm not sure how to approach this just yet. Kind of up in the air. Remove IC, check for short, start removing caps until the short disappears. So the thing is that dang. So maybe because like originally I tried to inject voltage here. And on the thermal cam, the Southbridge got hot. The one thing I neglected to do was inject voltage or measure this again to see if the short circuit goes away. Because this could be like a middleman, or is just taking the hit between what the actual fault is and this. So maybe, I mean, it's easy enough for me to reball a south bridge, so I'll take this back off, and then we'll set the one that I can put on off to the side. It's the same south bridge, and then we'll see if that short goes away from as a result, because I did also mention that this south bridge is untested, so it could be bad. So yep, all right, we're gonna do it again. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's back to square one, but at least reballing these is not too difficult. Oh, and since we're using leaded solder, it's you know, very low melt solder. This thing will come off really quick, and we're not going to be waiting like 100 years for this. Oh, okay, we're already good to go. Perfect. Alright, we got our old south bridge off now. We don't have any balls touching, so that's good. Well, let's measure and see if that goes away. Alright, so where are we at? Haha, it's gone now. So, but that doesn't determine. Yeah, because there's no connection here now. It's zero, or it's open line. Excuse me. So open line here now. So we know that that is definitely connected to Southbridge, but I can't determine if that's a normal, because I don't have a donor PS5. Like, I do have a donor PS5, but it doesn't have the Southbridge on it. So I can't check like a known good PS5 board offhand. To know if that is like accurate, like that's normal. I don't have one offhand, but we do have another Southbridge, so we can just do that, because the 11 ohms, that could be normal. That could just be normal, and I am going into like going down a rabbit trail that's not the correct way to go, you know. Basically, problem is we're not seeing boot sequence, and so we're not able to start the console. But we weren't seeing boot sequence originally, anyways, and we found the issue to be a shorted HDMI encoder. And so far, we have not found any blown fuses either on the board. And no issues. It was also hooked up through Ethernet, but there's nothing visibly wrong in the Ethernet circuit either. So that's some interesting stuff. Okay. Okay, so good here. Well, I guess we can put this Southbridge on. I believe this one is good, and this one actually has good balls on it. So we can just probably plop this guy right on. But let me clear it off first, because it's been sitting out for a bit. Alright. Just have to make sure which direction and orientation this is sitting. We can put the Southbridge on, heat it up, and put it in place. Alright. Okay. Don't see any other issues. Should be good. Now, I can put some flux down. Hope and pray to God that this is it. after we put the south bridge on, though, because we were experiencing the same issue regardless of when we change the south bridge, we're gonna go ahead and probably move away from the south bridge and go in a different direction if we don't see any other things. But the thing is that chip and south bridge need to be working in order for it to work, for the console to do the boot sequence to turn on. Alright, let's do this. Okay, I think it just floated into place. Not quite. We'll see. There it is. We're good. Alright, we give it a little nudge test, and now it is good to go. Alright. While that's solidifying, we can quickly just test this area and see if we have the 11 ohms. What the frick? It's not there. Hold on. We don't have 11 ohms. I wonder if that was the issue. Yeah, see? Look, I mean, I wish I could show you. Can't show you the multimeter, but if you can hear that beep, there is no connection here. And the south bridge does look good as far as its reball goes. And it did sit in place, and we didn't have any like real movement. So my thought is, what if that was the fix? Maybe that other south bridge I put on was bad. The first one was bad, and maybe this one was bad too. I don't know. Only time will tell. Solution. Do we have a solution? Alright. Oh yeah, that's cooled down considerably. Cool. We can go ahead and just like clean this whole area up here. We got a brand spanking new south bridge. Well, spanking used because it was pulled for a donor, and there is no spanking new south bridges because you can't get them from you can't just buy them from the store. You have to get them from a donor. Alright, let's double check. And no, we have zero connection. Let's just in diode mode and see if we have any voltage drop. Red probe on ground, and we do. We have 0.4 voltage drop, so we do have a connection there, but we don't have any. We have 0 ohms, so that probably is healthy. I'm guessing, if that's normal. I don't know if it's normal. We'll hope it's normal. Alright, you guys want to see 12 volts getting put into the board and see if it works? Alright, we're going to test in 3, 2, 1. Damn. 20 milliamps. 20 milliamps. That's it. 10, 20, 10, 20, 20 milliamps. Nothing. Okay. So let's double check. We still got, yeah, check and see if the short is back. Right, exactly. Alright, I gotta take it out in diode mode. The short is not back. Fuse is good. Any short circuits here? Gotta check. You know, I wonder what would be nice to know. Maybe I can check some voltages around the board and see if like I can see anything. Let's check for 12, obviously, first, which I know we'll have, but let's check for 12. Oh, I gotta got my leads all twisted up here. All right, 12 volts. 12 volts is present. 5 volts is present. On the other side of the fuse, 5 volts is present. All right, let's see. Up to the chip over here. What do we got? Should be 5. Yep, 5 volts there. 28.3 millivolts. 41 millivolts. Anything here? 2 volts. 5 volts. 0. 5. 3.8. And this is 1.7. So we do have voltages. I mean, we could try to replace this chip one more time. Just see, you know, because obviously we had a short circuit here. Let's see. 21 millivolts. 132. And then, of course, 21. Okay. Alright, so yeah, let's replace this guy one more time. See what we get. I don't know though that this short was blowing this chip or not, so I only have 1 or 2 other chips, I think, offhand. I have to double check all my donors and see if I have one. It's just the chip blows so commonly on these consoles that it's like I'm always having to change them. All right, let's grab a nozzle. Okay. So what's not uncommon is, like, I've changed this chip before and that one resistor, and I've gotten boot sequence to come back like many times. I've revived a lot of PlayStation 5s doing that. So, you know, with this situation and specific happening, it's a kind of an oddball. Because I've had these before where, like, I've changed the chip, I've changed like several different things, and we still don't have you know, we still don't have boot sequence. And so I'm like, what the frick, man? What do we need to do? What needs to be done so you can work again? All right. Alright, that's done. Now let's use the fume extractor to bring the temperature to the board back down. And then we'll just hook up 12 volts and see what happens. Alright, so it's still cooling down. Shouldn't be too much longer. Okay, board's still cooling down. Got really, really hot. hoping we can see some progress, man. I would love to see this thing work again. I mean, maybe there's another short on the board causing this issue, but I don't know. Okay. Alright, board's cooled down enough for testing. Alright, 12 volts in 3, 2, 1. Now we have 0. We have 0, 0. Nothing, like, nothing at all. Oh, that's connected. Alright. Okay, we have 0, 0. I guess we can put the other chip back on and see what happens, but I don't... Let's see if voltages, maybe? 5 volts. 5 volts present. Right now, just checking around for voltages. Okay. So right offhand, nothing looks out of the normal that it already, you know, hasn't. Everything looks fine. Yeah, let's put that other chip back on. Let me double check and make sure that that's the only one I have, because I thought I had other ones. And, yeah, because the ones I thought I had were here. And these chips are the DAP081. And that's also the 81, which I believe is on the other side of the board, which is the incorrect chip. And then I have, like, a bunch of the RT15, or no, the RT5127. I have a bunch of those. Where else do I have? I think that's it. Alright, I'm gonna check my other donor boards and see if I have any of those chips. Otherwise, we'll just put that other one back, because we were getting something out of that one. Alright, hang on one sec. Is this it? Is this the one? I need the 6.5, and I think that's it. That's the 6.5. Let's go. Alright, I do have one more. Okay. I don't know if this chip is good. I think it is. Pretty sure. Alright, let's try this one. Oh, you know what? Hang on. You guys want to see the donor? Donor board reflow, or get the chip off the donor. Okay. Okay, now let's get this chip off of our board. Okay. Let's get this guy off, then we'll put the DA chip, whatever I called it. We'll put that one on the 6.5. That one's off. Let's see, yeah, it goes on this direction. Do the little nudge. Floats back into place. Alright. Let's put the fume extractor in place. Hopefully this will work. Alright. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Dude, this has been so intense, man. Cause alright, so let's recap what we've done so far. The PS5 would not do the boot sequence originally. It would beep once and nothing. We found a short on the encoder. We swapped the encoder, short went away. We found a short with the south bridge. We replaced it twice and ended up the short going away. Then we replaced this DAP chip. I believe it's a voltage regulator that talks to the south bridge, and if that isn't good along with the south bridge, the boot sequence will not initiate, causing the console to not turn on. So that's where we're at right now. Alright, console's cooled down enough to test. We got 12 volts. Alright, let's check this. I'm going to connect the 12 volt line, and we're going to connect it to the power supply in 3, 2, 1. We have 10 milliamps. Okay, so we know the chip is good. We know the chip is good, but we have a 10 milliamp hang. What that means is it's drawing 10 milliamps. There's some current leaking. It's leaking current. It's not turning on. Let's see what the thermal cam tells us. I think the thermal cam is dead. Dude, that sucks. Let's see. Yeah, thermal cam is dead. Of course. Alright, so now we gotta wait for thermal cam to turn back on. But yeah, I think we might have to move in the direction of calling it quits with this one. I feel like that's what we're gonna have to do after putting almost, I think we're at 2 hours into this at this point. And then we're, you know, the thing is that, you know, once, you know, when you have a PS5 that has a short circuit and you fix it, usually you have to replace that other chip. Sometimes you don't have to. The DAP chip in that F6003 area of the board, usually you have to replace this chip if you have a short circuit on the board. In our case, we found a short circuit with the south bridge and with the encoder. And at that point, you know, we replaced both of them, we fixed the issues, and we replaced this chip like 2 or 3 times. Actually, a boatload more times. Ran the jumper, and we still are not seeing any attempt of a boot sequence. So, yeah, I don't know which direction to move in at this point. Some of these boards, man, they just... No, it's no pain. It is no pain. This is my passion. I love working on motherboards. This is like one of my favorite things to do. When I'm not at home, this is what I do every day. But yeah, I know this one in specific, you know, when it comes to lightning damage, it's like, if it's a board problem, it can be very difficult to solve in some cases. So it's always fun to investigate and see. It's like your Sherlock Holmes. You got to investigate the board and see exactly what's going on. But yeah, no, this was awesome. This was a lot of fun. But I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, we're waiting for thermal cam to turn on. You can turn on thermal cam. Get a little bit of juice out of you. Yes, you booting up. Alright, cool. Let's hook up our grounds. We'll try to get some thermal readings real quick before it turns off. Wow, that's nuts. That's crazy. What? Okay. What is going on? Alright, I'm trying to look over the board and see if I can find any. Okay, so it looks like Southbridge is warm. Okay, Southbridge is warm. Anything else obvious for the reason it's having an current draw? Nothing. Nothing, boys. Nothing. All right. Let me double check and see if that short returned for the Southbridge. Let's see. The short did not return, so we did fix that. I'm just looking for shorts right now, all over the board, just to see what I can find. So that's normal. Okay, so I think we might have a shorted MOSFET, maybe? Like, because, like, alright. Usually if you have a shorted, yeah, I think there's a shorted. Holy crap. Oh, yeah. I think that we have a shorted MOSFET. I think that's what's happening here. Well, because, alright, so typically, let me show you guys on the microscope. So typically, when you measure the APU section of the board, right, you'll have low impedance, so it'll show short, right? Well, in our case, usually you'll see it'll be like 0.5, but we have like 0.2 to 0.1. So I'm wondering, what if maybe it just seems really low, man. Just like really low. And I'm wondering if there's a shorted MOSFET on the other side or something. What if there is? Let's see. 0.2. 0.2. 0.1. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe we have a shorted FET. Let me just double check on our donor and see if that is pretty, like, common. Because it's usually 0.5, but let me double check. Oh, no, we're getting the same reading here. 0.2, 0.1. Usually, if I would measure on a PS5, let me check this other board here. Usually it's like 0.5 rather than like 0.1. Oh, we're getting the same rating. Okay. Never mind. I thought we were onto something. Nope, nothing with that one. Okay, let's see what else we can find. That is going to be normal. Let's check the Ethernet. Just for kicks, because this was hooked up to Ethernet. Nothing. Okay, so we're good here. So even though it was hooked up to Ethernet, I don't see any obvious problem. So that's good. Let's check underneath the encoder and underneath Southbridge too, just for kicks. Yeah, of course. Alright. Yeah, I don't see anything obvious. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing shorted. Nothing shorted here, okay. Wow, this one is, this one just is begging me to not fix it. It's like, please. Let's see here. Nope, nope. No shorts there. Let's check over here. Let's move the microscope. Over here. Do I see anything over here? Alright guys, this is what I'm going to do. I have done almost everything to this console that I could think of. What I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this chip right here. This is also a DAP chip. I believe it's some sort of voltage regulator. I have spares of this chip, like a bunch of them. I bought them all thinking it was the one on the other side that blows all the time, and it wasn't. It was the other one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this chip here. I believe this is the DAP like 981. Yeah, this is that one. Okay. We're going to replace it for kicks and see what it does. If it doesn't fix it, we're going to have to call it quits with this one because I can't find any other issue that's like very prominent on the board. Alright, let me see if I can find the chip. Alright. Let's see. Ah, here they are. Yep, this is it. This is the RT5127. If it was the 126, that's the one I wanted. I wanted to buy the 126, but they had the 127, and I thought it was the 126, but it's this one. All right. RT127. Okay. Chip decided to yeet itself. Okay. Alright, let's put some flux around this guy. Let's set the brand new chip off to the side and we'll just take this one off. Oh, wow. That's what's up, man. So I have a lot of pressure right now. I better solve this. Regardless, man, I'm going to do what I can. That's so funny, though. I appreciate it, man. Like, fourfold. Greatly appreciate that. Alright. So, let's go ahead and put some flux down there. And we're gonna I gotta turn on my soldering iron. We're all invested. Dude, these PS5s that get struck by lightning that don't show the boot sequence and stuff, they're difficult to solve, man. This is no easy feat, man. Like, for real, facts. I love working on the PS5, don't get me wrong, I really do. It's just some of them are just very difficult to solve. Oh, I got some solder on the ground pad. We're going to go ahead and wick that off real quick. Shouldn't take me 2 seconds, but we're going to do it real quick. Just clear that off. Alright, we're good. Alright. I'm going to clear this up so we can kind of see what we're working with. Okay, yeah, we should be good to go here. Lovely. Alright, now let's put some more flux down. And put that guy down there. Alright. Bring the fume extractor over as close as possible. And we got the chip floating around because I'm not holding it in place. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Should be able to let... Nope. Not time to let go yet. Almost. Now we can reflow this. Alright. Replace that guy. Now, let's straighten that out for you guys. Alright, let's add some solder. And we need a different iron tip. Alright guys, I am receiving a quick phone call. Give me just one moment after I'm done soldering. Hang on. Alright. Give me just one moment. Okay, boys, I'm back. So now, we replace this chip. Let's see if we get a boot sequence or not. I don't... My initial thought is no, but we'll see. We'll see if we get lucky. Alright. Ground is connected. Alright, 12 volts. In 3, 2, 1. It went up to 270 milliamps, back down to 10 milliamps, and that was it. That was all we got. Man. Dude, this is like crazy, dude. Alright, so I'm just going to quickly go over everything we tried. We tried the DAP 65 chip. We replaced the encoder because it was shorted. The short's gone now. We replaced the south bridge because that was shorted. It's gone now. Ha! Yes, and girls as well. Guys, girls, everybody. Yeah, so we replaced the encoder. The encoder was shorted. Um, that the short went away. By the way, just to go through the troubleshooting, I'll show you guys everything that I did to get where we are right now. Originally, when we were measuring on the board, we didn't notice any bad or blown fuses. So, just measuring in random areas, we ended up measuring here. We measured a short. It was basically 0 ohms. When we injected 1 volt here, this got hot. We replaced it. Short went away. We have like 300 ohms there now. Then we still had no boot sequence, so I ran a jumper here, and I do understand that this is supposed to be a 100k ohm resistor, but I have found that if you replace this with a fuse, like a 0 ohm fuse, a lot of times you can get boot sequence back and get the console working again. Which it was actually by accident, because I thought F7003 was this guy here. It turns out it's actually a resistor. This is F7003. So we replaced this guy. Yeah, I know, dude. I wish, man. I wish it. We did plug it in. It's still nothing. 0. Zilch. No boot sequence. Yeah, so we replaced that. Then we replaced this chip like probably 5 times. And we found a short circuit here that was showing that the south bridge was getting hot. We replaced the south bridge twice. The short is now gone, but we still do not have a boot sequence. So I am pretty much at this point going to call it on this one, because we spent probably about 2.5 hours on it and replaced probably, I literally have a pile of chips here. So, but I enjoyed it. Oh, and then of course on the back side of the board, we also did replace the RT5127. I did check all standby voltages, and I am getting all the standby voltages all the way down to like a 1.7 volts. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything else. Maybe, I don't know if Southbridge. Well, the thing is that also not getting. I got 5 volts. 5 volts is present. 3 volts is present. 2 volts is present. Remove BIOS for 10 minutes. Why? Now I have to ask Uber, why would I need to remove the BIOS for 10 minutes if I'm not getting a boot sequence? Do you think that would have something to do with it? That's like a really obscure thing. I mean, I could try it. Maybe you know something I don't. That's my guess. Yeah, because I mean, like, I know the situation with the 3 beeps when you plug it in and you get 3 beeps. Phil has had luck with it in the past. Ooh. Alright. This will be the last thing. We'll try that, because I can't think of any other solution at this point. So we got the BIOS. Looks like our pin 1 is right here. So, alright. Remove the BIOS chip. That's so interesting. That would be so bizarre if that fixed it. I don't know though. Like, I know that like reprogramming the BIOS a lot of times and replacing the BIOS chip will fix no power issues, but like, I don't know, man. Come on, baby. I have heat set to about 410 Celsius, so it's probably, what we could do, blow some solder. Blow some solder to these legs, lower the melting temp. I know it's bridging, no worries, we'll fix it later. Alright. Okay. Let's just hopefully get it to where it starts to come off the board. Okay, there we go. It's starting to come out. Yeah, I did check that. So, like, initially, like, for the PS5, like, we're just not getting a boot sequence. So it's not that there's no power. It's just it's not so like when you first plug in the console to 12 volts, the board should go up to like 200 milliamps, hang there for like a second, and then go back down to 0. It's almost like a system check. Oh, no, no worries, man. Thank you guys for joining and giving me suggestions, because I'm about to throw in the towel. Alright. So leave the BIOS chip off for a few minutes, and then we'll put it back on. We'll just give it a test. I know the BIOS chip sits right next to Southbridge, so in a weird case of events, man, if that fixes it, dude, like, that's crazy. Because I have heard about the BIOS chip thing, and I'm just like, I don't know. Alright. Cool. Dude, like, look at this. Like, hold on. Look at this pile of chips. Like, this is what we've changed so far, man. Alright. Let me back into the area here. Right, right. And yeah, just a few minutes. It's not going to kill me to wait 10 minutes to take the chip off, put it back on or whatever, and just see what's up, you know? Yeah, this is intense. I think this is the longest I've streamed for. I think I did like 4 hours before, but I think we're passing 4 hours now. Alright. So we took it off probably like maybe 2 minutes-ish ago, roughly. Was like, it's like 4:20, it's 4:29 EST, so 4:27, so we'll wait till 4:37 EST. Think of it like doing a CMOS clear or jumper on the P. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, like a clearing of the CMOS. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Well, man, this this is something else. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I did, like, I know about the BIOS pre-programming, and I did hear something about if you reprogram the BIOS, to have, like, what is it? Like, at least I heard talk of it. And I haven't seen the coders program. I remember seeing it, but like, I haven't even like used it or anything. But like the programmer for the PS5, is it? Maybe it was that or BWE that did like where you can change a PS5 that's a disc version into a discless version or something like that. I think it has something to do with reprogramming the BIOS or reprogramming it with a specific like, I don't know, specific BIOS or something. That one's like, if it's a specific board, and you have to reprogram it for that board or something. I don't know. I can't remember now. All right, we are at 4:30. We need to wait like 7 more minutes, and then hopefully we can see some progress here. Yeah, you're probably right. Well, think about it like this. What if you have a situation where you have a console, remember like the PS4 or the PS3, won't update without a disk drive. I don't know if PS4 or PS5 is like that. I actually don't. But I was thinking if it is, and if you reprogram to be a diskless console and you can launch apps without it, because I know, you know, like obviously like Xbox, like you can't update it unless you have the disk drive connected. So that was just my thought, you know. I don't know. Oh man, dude, so many questions, so little answers. Oh man. What a crazy Saturday, dude. What's funny is I didn't expect Saturday to go like this. My thought was I'm going to come in, I'm going to be here till 3 and I'm going to go home just like as normal. But then like as soon as I got this thing, I was like, dude, this is going to be fun. We're going to have fun today. And then you know, my initial like, you know, going through everything, I was like, dude, this is some crazy stuff, man, because I figured it was going to be like you know, some obvious like blown stuff, and well, and it was, but I mean, realistically, I would rather spend my Saturday doing this right now than what I have to do when I get off, because I have to actually, fun fact, when I get off work, I'm going home and my sway bar links for my car should be there, because one of my sway bar links broke off and I got to replace both of them, because why don't you know, replace both of them, right? But I got to see, I have to check Amazon. I wasn't sure if they came in yet. Oh, they were delivered. Perfect. So that is my agenda, and an oil change. So that, yeah, I would rather be doing this than that right now, because this is not nearly as hard work as that, because then I have to physically use my body. Not that it's a difficult thing, but like, you know, this is easier work than that. All right, what do we got? 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. We'll put it on. Oh man, wow. So you Uber, so you said that the coder live stream will change for like yeah, dude, right? Oh my gosh, man. If I was set up to do that, I would. I mean, I guess I could with my phone, but like I don't know, man. It's just I have a 2012 Chevy Sonic. So it's not too difficult to replace or to change the oil on it. Even front end work on that car is actually not difficult. It's that car realistically has been a freaking beast of reliability. However, the cooling system on that car is ridiculous because most of it is made out of plastic, and that is probably one of the most bothering things to me. Because why in the world would you make a cooling system that gets hot, very freaking hot, and under pressure out of plastic? Like, I understand a lot of the plastics nowadays are really, really good temperature-wise, but it's like, bro, that's, yeah. So, yeah, I've had nothing but issues with the cooling system on that car. So far, right now, we don't have any issues with the cooling system, but that's because I've fixed all of them. I mean, just going down the line, we had issues with several different plastic connectors in the cooling system that just disintegrated and then friggin' just antifreeze all over the engine bay. That's been more than once. Couple blown hoses, actually 3 or 4 blown hoses, and then just recently we had a plastic connector. It was a T connector that blew, and the solution was like a $38 plastic connector that you can buy directly from GM, but they didn't have it in stock. So I was like, well, I can't do this same day, and I need my car to get to work tomorrow. So what am I going to do? So I was looking online, and people were like, yeah, you can replace it with a brass connector. I was like, yep, that's what I'm doing. So I went to Home Depot, $12 later, with some hose clamps, freaking put that thing in there, and it's been a beast ever since. If you have the option to replace it with a metal one, freaking do it, man. That's all I'm going to say. Alright. We got one more minute. One more minute we can put this chip on. See if we'll see some success with it. Also, not to just give myself a plug, but I'm just going to quickly give myself a plug. If you like what you see, you should hit that subscribe button. And if you really do like this content, you should maybe hit that like button. It will just spread my channel around a little bit more, make the content just a little bit bigger, a little bit better, and we'll do our best to make the best content we possibly can. Taptic, I do feel like that, man. I have a couple I feel like it is a blessing in disguise in a lot of ways, because I can help contribute the world to keep going around. But then again, it results in a lot of the cases, like when it comes time to like leave work and come home, I'm usually the guy that has to do like all the other troubleshooting stuff, because I know how to do it, you know. But it's not always. Most of the time I get the rest. But it happens. Okay. Time to install this chip and see if it fixes it. The grand finale. We're going to find out, is this PlayStation 5 able to be fixed today or not? And we just have to install this chip. That's correct. That's exactly what I was saying. Family tech support is like super accurate, man. I can solder QFN chips, but I struggle to solder these dip chips. It's more of a joke, but sometimes actually realistic. Alright. I'm like, I can solder giant BGAs, I can solder those, but then when it comes to these, man, I don't know about that. Okay. Let's clear the flux here. Alright. I'll tell you what, instead of me, the grand finale being me just telling you if it has 12 volts in or not, I'm going to put this board in the chassis. We're going to try it in the console. I'm going to show you guys. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to come up. We're going to hit the power button together and see if it actually works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. All right. All right. Here's the chassis. Let's get the board in there. Okay. Connect the power button. All that good stuff. All right. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God. Okay. Plug it in. All right. Okay. It's all plugged in. All right. 3, 2, 1. What? What? Bro, it's freaking on, dude. Holy crap. What? 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 Bro, okay, hold up. Before we continue, I gotta put the clamp on. No freaking way, dude. What the frick? Dude, what? Dude, I had no faith. I was about to throw in the freaking towel. What the frick? What? Dude, I'm shook, dude. I'm like, actually like, what? Holy crap, I can't believe that turned on. What? Alright, hold on. We gotta put the freaking clamp on. Hold on. Dude, I'm like shook right now. What? Oh my gosh, dude. If this worked, man, all that work, that means my South Bridge reball was good. And the South Bridge was good. Okay, alright. Clamp is on. We gotta see if this thing goes to a white light, alright? That would tell us if the HDMI circuit is working, all that good stuff. Okay. We're not gonna count our eggs before they hatch just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Freaking beeps, dude. What the hell? That's crazy. Alright. Dude, okay. Freaking white light. Let's go. Okay. Let's switch the monitor. Dude, holy crap, dude. No way this thing freaking works right now, dude. Holy crap. Okay, do we have signal is what I'm wondering. Okay, we got blue screen. Blue screen, no signal. Oh, it's doing the reboot. It's doing the reboot. Hold on. We went back to blue light. Okay. We got the 3 beeps, baby. Okay, now let's see. Hold on. It's complicated because I want to show you guys the screen because my capture card. All right. We got image. Do we got image? We got no image. Do we got image? No image. Okay. So now we have to solve a no image issue, but we are booting. That is nuts, dude. What? Okay. All right. Okay. So now we have to solve a no image issue. It might. I'm trying to think. I gotta like recapture this. Okay, hang on. Let's try. I do have another HDMI cable here for this monitor. I don't know which one it is. Oh yeah. Well, no, not that one. Let's not use that. Okay, that's going there. Where's that one going? Oh, that one's going up to capture. Okay. And I don't think this will capture it, but we'll try it. This is the capture card. It could have also blown some of the ESD filters as well for the HDMI circuit. Wow, dude. That's some nuts stuff. Uber, I can't believe you, dude. I'm like, what? Okay. Let's reassess here. So we got to fix a no image issue now. We got it booting. That is huge, man. Okay. So we replaced the HDMI encoder, right? But now we got to check and see if it blew anything else, like in maybe the port itself physically blew, you know? But my initial thought is it could be ESD filters that are blown, because if the encoder blew, it probably blew out an ESD filter or two. If not, maybe it blew out the physical port. But the thing is, and so I have no display, correct. But we did replace the encoder because there was a short on the encoder. Alright. So let's grab the HDMI cable for the microscope, and we're going to go to the microscope and we're going to make some tests here. Alright, let's check. Under encoder, there's a 6-leg IC. Check tiny cap under it. I did. There is no short there. If it's the one I think you're talking about. Okay. Alright, so now we're in the area of the ESD filters. Let's check and see if we got... Okay. Wow, dude. Okay. I think these might be all blown, because I'm not getting any continuity. Hang on, there is a lot of flux here too. That could have something to do with it, but let's clean up the area real quick. Okay. Okay, I'm getting one more call. Hang on, guys. We're not. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. So yeah, so I measured every ESD filter, and they're all blown, which is shocking, but it was a lightning strike, so makes sense. We're gonna pull the. I'm gonna double check, make sure that these are working, and we're gonna pull these from the donor. Oh yeah, there was zero beep on all of the ESD filters. There was zero beeps. So we're gonna go and remove these and put them. Well, what's funny is they almost did their job. It's still the encoder's still blue, but they all did blow as well. Well, that's good though. At least they blew altogether. Um, Hopefully, I mean, if we have to replace the HDMI port too, that is like the least bit of my worries today. I'm just like, I'm shocked that we got it actually booting. That's like nuts to me. So I felt like I tried everything, but yeah, you guys knew something that I definitely didn't know. Okay. I'm like shook, man. Oop. It is like a grenade, dude. Oh, dang it. I lost one. Okay. But no worries, I got extra ES ESD filters. Yeah, no, I know, I agree with you. Yeah, typically I've only seen like one or two pop ever, like, and it's rare. It's incredibly rare, in fact. I believe this is the one that I was missing that got blown. Oh, where did it go? Oh, okay. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I gotta double check and make sure that's a working filter, but yeah. No, the power supply in this thing was good. There we go. Heck yeah, baby. All right. Man, the amount of work that went into this thing is just uncanny to get it working. But I mean, it's lightning damage, you know. Okay. All right. Let's check. Let's check continuity. Okay. Okay, they're all working now, guys. All right, let's put it in the console and we'll see if it works. Because then if it doesn't work, we know the encoder works. So if that's replaced, the next solution is to change the HDMI connector because it could be blown. Yeah, IPA, dude. It's okay. So I'll tell you what. As far as IPA goes, like I can tell you how much it costs. Like roughly 91% that I can buy at like our local like superstore. We call Walmart. It's like close to $4 for. I'll tell you exactly how much it is because I have one here. It's close to $4 for 32 ounces. So however much that is, but that's like just if you're going to the store to buy some. Okay. Now. Okay, let's get the board. Let's put it on in there. We'll clamp it down. Switch over. Switch over our that guy. Use more. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, like typically, like I feel like I don't go through it nearly as much, so I just buy it from Walmart. Okay. Let's plug it in. Plug that in, plug that in. Alright, we need power and HDMI. It's gonna work. Dude, I really hope it does. I was not expecting it to boot. Okay, we gotta wait. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pro. Dude, the fact that it boots is like freaking crazy, man. What? Alright, let's see. Did we get an image? I will let you guys know here in just a second. I'll show you on screen if it does. Okay, so we got pulsing blue and we got white. Let's see. Do we have the screen? Yes. It's here. Once it does its reboot thing, I'll show you. Yeah, it's working. We got display working now. Holy frick, dude. That was like nuts. Man.
Lightning damage. Replace the port 100%, dude. I was with you on that 100%, dude. You know what I want to get in the audio? I don't know yet. We'll find out. Audio should work though. This is actually it for the day. I actually should have left like an hour ago, but I was way too committed with this. The next repair is my car when I get home. I know. I do have one job here, but it's gonna have to wait because I got slammed today. I have a computer. I think it's running like Windows 7 that has some viruses on it that I got to go through. But I mean that's like software stuff. Okay, yeah. Let's switch it over. Okay, and I had a PS4. I need to buy a PS5 controller. I don't have one. Okay, we gonna get boot. We have a solid blue light and a black screen. Maybe this was hooked up to a 4K TV. And it's got the... here, we'll try this. We'll turn it off. Alright. Let's boot it to recovery and do the... come on. Why is it no power now? We have no power. What the frick? 2, 3. And now there's no power. What the frick, dude? So we got it working, we got it booting, we got image, and now there's no power. At all. It's zero power. Did we blow a fuse or something? Okay, that makes sense. That's why it wasn't showing image initially. But yeah, it's not showing it's not working now. What the frick? Okay. What I may need to do if we're in this position, I'm gonna do a little bit of diagnostic test really quick and just see if there is maybe a fuse that blew or something. Because it was working. Let me see. Give me just a moment. Let me see. What does it do real quick when we... Yeah. It's hanging. Okay. Yeah, it is doing boot. It's actually doing boot sequence now, which is great. Let's see, does the board turn on? Let's see. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's see, does the board turn on? Okay, board's turning on now. Weird. Okay. Okay, let's put this back in here. Maybe the power supply died? Hang on. Let's see if we got 12 volts coming out of the power supply. I know. I was like, what the frick? And it wouldn't turn on. I was like, what? Dude. Like, how are you about to get me like that, PS5? I'm like, I have worked way too long and way too hard on you. Okay. Let's hook up the power board. Let me see. Plug it in. See if we get 12 volts. We got 12, so it's not a power supply issue. Okay. Okay, it booted back up now. And connect that. Just for kicks, let's connect a fan. Okay, we got white light. We got white light, that's good. Alright, let's see what happens. White light, booted, fan spin. Okay, it's probably going to go into the that one mode. I'm gonna go back to blue. Maybe not. Okay, sitting at a white light, but no image now, and it's not like booting. Let's see. Any image, no image. Okay, let's try something. Unplug. Leave it unplugged for a minute. I'm gonna try to boot it to recovery. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 7, 8. All right, recovery time. Okay, so we're not getting like a second beep when I hold the power button down. So there's definitely an issue here. I'm not sure what it is though, because we have a solid blue light, and it's not pulsing. It's not going. It did fade to white the first time. Weird. This one is so interesting. I don't know if it's because of the result that it was struck by lightning or what, but yeah, this one is, man, I was like, so obviously we got it working. Now we got it booting, but it has power issues. So this one will do an initial blue light, it will fade to another blue and stick. And that's what we have so far. Is it in recovery mode? I would think it would have a white light if it was in recovery, right? Yeah, no display. No display. Alright. Wow, man. This is a deep one. Okay. Alright, so this is my thoughts. Because we're this far in. I do have to go home now because basically 2 hours past. What I'm thinking is I'm gonna save this one for when I come back in on Tuesday and see if it's something that I can solve, because this is it's like it's turning on, but it seems like it's freezing at some point. So and it has some weird intermittent issue. What I'm thinking I'll do is on Tuesday when I come in, I'll plug it in and I'll hit it with the thermal cam and see if I see anything that's like obvious or anything like that, or if it's freezing when it heats up or anything in specific. But yeah, I'll have to give an update for sure. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I appreciate each and every one of you hanging around on the stream. You guys are awesome, and all of your support. Everybody. There's so many people that I'm like, thank you, everybody. So, yeah. So as far as I'm not sure if the customer's still here, but if you are, I'm gonna hang. I come back into the shop on Tuesday. We're open Monday through Saturday, but I'm here Tuesdays, Thursdays, and yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm here Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. So you know, and I'm the board technician for game console. So we'll see what happens. We'll go from there. So all right, I will end the stream here. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys on the flip side. Next time, we'll chase the fix. I'll see ya.